2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2.
shuttle has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by Agtech. This is the biggest stage for the best in agriculture. I would like to begin today by acknowledging that we are on Treaty 4 territory, the original lands of the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. If you were here yesterday, thank you for coming back. My name is Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel, and I'll be your host for Canada's Farm Show Launchpad. A little bit about me. I farm with my family southwest of Moose Jaw, about 45 miles, so we're 2 hours from Regina. On our farm, we grow lentils, sometimes chickpeas if we're brave, canola, and durum wheat. My husband and I have 2 tractor-driving, gun-slinging, dirt bike riding teenage daughters, and we are thrilled to be raising them on the farm here in Saskatchewan. I'm also a speaker, and for the last 20 years I've been advocating industry work in the areas of trade and transportation and technology related to agriculture, and also public trust here in Canada and around the world. I'm the host of Farm Show TV, and you can catch all of our episodes on our website, canadasfarmshow.com. And I am the host for all of the shenanigans that happens here on the Launchpad stage today and tomorrow. So I encourage you to pop in and say hello to me, listen to some great panels that we have lined up for you today, some great ag talks, some product launches that will be happening later today. And oftentimes throughout the panels, there's time for questions, and there's microphones set up in the middle of your chair area. So by all means, please feel free to ask questions and join in the conversation. If you're posting on social media, we welcome you to use the hashtag CFS2022 and follow us at Canada's Farm Show. Today is Education Day, and we have a wonderful lineup of speakers and educational topics. And to start off the day, we have a panel discussion titled Farm Digitization in Canada. As I welcome our panelists up on stage, we have a short video to show you.
And shine. Pull on my jeans and boots, a cup of joe, and it's working time. I smell the fresh morning air as I step outside. Man, I love this farming life, it's good to be alive. I don't do this for the money, and I don't mind the overtime. Well, I love to plant and watch things grow the way it feels when I combine. Sometimes it's hard because you never know if it's rain or wind or shine. But there's nothing I love doing more, and I'll farm until I die. I climb into my pickup truck and I head out for the field. 400 acres laying bare just waiting for some seed. I fire up my seeding rake and I pull it into gear. And I hope the weather will fall in line for a bumper crop this year. I don't do this for the money, and I don't mind the overtime. Well, I love to plant and watch things grow the way it feels when I combine. Sometimes it's hard because you never know if it's rain or wind or shine. But there's nothing I love doing more, and I'll farm until I die. I was raised in the country, and that's where I wanna be. I like the space and the quiet and the air that I can breathe. There's nothing wrong with city folks, just not the place for me. The farm's my home where I can roam, it's the place where I am free. Getting hotter as the green fields turn to gold, but the nights are getting longer and soon there'll be the cold. We bring out the combines and the dust fills the air. Round and round as the crop goes down, harvest time is here. I don't do this for the money, and I don't mind the overtime. Well, I love to plant and watch things grow the way it feels when I combine. Sometimes it's hard because you never know if it's rain or wind or shine. But there's nothing I love doing more, and I'll farm until I die. Yeah, there's nothing I love doing more, and I'll farm until I die.
Well, Ken, I know that video certainly pulled at my heartstrings. I had not seen it before. And I know for any farmers that are in the room or in the show today, there would be a lot of nostalgia watching that video, but I know it means something special to you. Can you share with us the background for the video?
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. And again, thanks for playing this. It's got a lot of meaning for me. So I wrote this a few years ago and wrote it, produced, played it, recorded as a tribute to my father, who literally farmed until he died. Anyway, one of the other great things about it is my son got to play the really cool guitar solo on there, so that was pretty awesome. But also, so Ad Farm did collaborated, did the video for it, and the proceeds for the any proceeds we get from the video, the song, go to 4-H or Future Farmers of America. So it's been a kind of a little bit of a fun side project, and it's under the Pay It Forward section on our website.
That's amazing. So take another look at the video and contribute where you can. So I want to introduce our panelists now and the topic for the day, farm digitization in Canada. We have Ken Jackson, CEO of Veragrain, Brian Perstupa, Senior Product Owner, FCC Ag Expert, and Jesse Hirsch, Futurist and Digital Strategist. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here today. Ken, you have a presentation. So as we want to let everybody introduce themselves, and we'll get into the topic of digitization. So we'll start with you, Ken.
Sure. Again, Ken Jackson. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Veragrain. Are we going to do all the introductions and then
You go ahead.
do my thing? Okay. I'll roar through a little bit of a background on Veragrain. So Veragrain is effectively about a 2.5-year-old company, and we rolled out, actually officially we launched the project at the start of 2020, and everyone knows how the last 2 years have gone. So we kind of pulled our horns in and came back out of the gate this year very successfully, and like I say, it's not bragging if it's true. We got a very prestigious award from the AE50 in North America, and then the Davidson Award, and then we got this really cool award at the show here. So it's been a great start to the year for us, and we're quite excited as a company. So what we do is essentially address this issue that MNP did some research a few years ago and determined that your average grower doesn't know within about 10% what they have stored for volume on their farm, and generally even less about the quality of that grain. So, you know, the problem that causes is that for growers, again, if you don't know what you've got, how can you get, you know, the optimal value for it? Spoilage losses are still, you know, higher than they should be. But also for buyers, the inefficiencies that they're dealing with on sample handling and grain coming in that doesn't meet spec is costing them money. And now we've got this sort of data requirement for things like traceability, sustainability, carbon as well. So Veragrain has created this sort of information bridge between the grower and the buyer, which, and I won't go through all the detail on it, but sorry, I'm going to back up one here. Oh, no, we are missing oh no, that's the right slide, sorry. Which essentially starts with getting ensuring that a representative sample is taken, using a phone app to digitize that information, so ensuring that the sample is there's integrity when it gets to the point of being analyzed. The analysis can then be, accurate and meaningful and trusted, so that there's just better information to sell the grain on. And then lastly, that what gets delivered actually meets the specification and everybody's happy, and you don't have to have those awkward discussions at the elevator. So there's also a lot of information, again, around grain quality and quantity, which feeds a lot of other software platforms, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, so I won't go into detail, but just for example, is on-farm inventory. Currently it can lag and be incorrect because it doesn't get in real time, and so we help that to happen. We help it to be accurate as well. Sorry, the monitors lag a little bit here. So what Veragrain is it's this much needed new standard for sample acquisition, data, and the information management around that. And we've got a number of tools that all sort of go together to make that happen. And without getting into detail here, I'd be happy to tell you after the show at the Veragrain booth. So the thing that really distinguishes Veragrain from anything else out there is that we're able to provide the most real-time, most accurate information for on-farm stored grain quality and quantity. And the way we do that is because we're getting that information at the time it's being sampled. So it is very much a real-time information generation. So kind of very quickly here, the value to the grower, of course, is that if you know with greater detail and certainty what you have, you can go find that optimal pricing, and buyers that are trust that that's what you're going to deliver. The traceability factor is there. Also, the buyers really like it because, again, they've got more confidence that what they're buying is going to get delivered, and it allows them to operate more efficiently as well. So it's really, it's a win for the grower and a win for the buyer. And that's my story.
Thanks a lot, Ken. I feel like Veragrain might single-handedly obliterate the 5-gallon pail.
We're just trying to make it a better 5-gallon pail with a barcode on it, yes.
Better 5-gallon pail. Thanks, Ken. And you can find Veragrain's booth just over here in the same room. Brian, let's move to you. Tell us a little bit about you, your agriculture background, and your connection with AgExpert.
Awesome. Well, yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. I was joking with Ken and Jesse that I don't have the most exciting origin story. I was born and raised in Regina here. A little bit further down the value chain, my parents owned a wholesale and distribution company for fresh produce. So I wasn't on tractors and dirt bikes like your kiddos there, but I was on forklifts and semi-trucks, causing issues there, or delivering produce all over southern Sask. I got my master class in agriculture by joining a career with FCC, where I've had roles in lending, working directly with farmers and customers. I've worked in national strategic marketing initiatives, and now I've been with the AgExpert team for just about a year now. And there, like for over 20 years, AgExpert has been on a mission to help farmers digitize their farm records, both in accounting and what's happening in the field. And now with modern technology and advancements in how that's going, we have an overarching use case where we're trying to help our customers enter their information once and use it in multiple channels, tools, applications, so that my role is to work with like-minded companies who want to connect that data in a safe and secure way, without compromising data security or anything like that, and ultimately making life easier for our farmer.
Very good. Thanks, Brian. And over to you, Jesse.
Do you mind if I stand up?
No, by all means. If you got a leg cramp, I think you should dance it out.
And I figure I'll tell a crazy story in hopes that we might draw more people in.
Good. Let's do it.
In 1993, my older brother, who was an engineer, completing his master's degree, said, "Come here, kid. Look at this. It's called the internet." And it blew my mind. And all of a sudden, I spent 6 to 9 months completely immersed in the internet until one night there was a knock on the door. I go downstairs and I open the door to my parents' house, and there were 3 detectives who said, "Are you Jesse Hirsch?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Do you know what a hacker is?" And I said, "Of course, everybody knows what a hacker is." And they said, "You're under arrest for violation of Section 342.2 of the Canadian Criminal Code, unauthorized access of a computer." Of course, instantly my face went blank, and I thought, I really hope they don't go upstairs and look at my marijuana stash on my desk. Fortunately, they didn't, and instead brought me direct to the police station. And it turned out that my brother did not have permission to let me use his internet account. Right? I didn't know what hacking was. I didn't know what to hack. I was just using my internet, my brother's account, to use the internet. Now, thankfully, the police took some empathy on me. Unfortunately, the court did not, because I was technically in violation of the law. So I have the honor of saying I am one of the first people charged in Canada for hacking, even though I had no idea how to hack. Of course, the irony is I then learned pretty quick and fast. I started recognizing the power of technology, the power of data, and back in the early 90s, I could walk into any room and go, "Hi, I'm Jesse, I'm from the internet." And everybody would be like, "We better listen to that guy. He's got something important to say." And I started to realize that the internet's this great big learning curve. There's no finish line. There's nobody said, "Okay, I finished, it's done." No, there's always new apps, new services, new technology. So I spent a couple of decades on that learning curve, and as long as I was learning faster, and as long as I was getting knowledge that people wanted, I could learn it, turn it around, and sell it, and have a pretty good career. Now, meanwhile, I kept hearing about these things called futurists. And at the time, I kept thinking futurists, they were con men. They were full of it. Until somebody told me how much futurists make, and then I became a futurist. Which is to say to all of you, there is no barrier to entry to becoming a futurist. And if you look at the accuracy record of futurists, it's pretty much on par with weather forecast. I can maybe tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. People under 30 get in free thanks to FCC. I could maybe tell you what's going to happen next week. It's probably going to rain. But what's going to happen a year from now, 10 years from now, it's anybody's guess. But as a futurist, people kept inviting me to conferences, inviting me to events, saying, hey, Jesse, where's the internet leading us? Where's technology leading us? And I got lots of ideas that I'm happy to share, which we will. But then I started ending up at farming conferences. And in fact, it was about 10 years ago here in Regina that FCC invited me to talk, and I started meeting farmers. And all of a sudden, I had this epiphany that all farmers are futurists. Because think about it, what does a farmer do except anticipate how their crops are going to perform, anticipate the demand for their livestock. So here I was as a futurist, feeling like I was a bit of an imposter, meeting real futurists, and that's when I started to fall in love. Fall in love with land, fall in love with animals, fall in love with heavy equipment. And that's when I realized I wanted to be a farmer. So about 5 years ago, thankfully before the pandemic, I sold my house in Toronto and bought a small, modest 25-acre farm in Eastern Ontario. As a first-generation farmer who's allergic to debt, that of course means that it's a very modest operation. But again, my business is knowledge. So if I accept the idea that my farm is an experimental farm, and the primary crop that I harvest from my farm is knowledge, well, that changes my business model entirely. Partly because I'm conscious of the fact that farmers buy retail and sell wholesale, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, but it made me think, how do I use knowledge, how do I use technology to not only make my farm profitable, but to help other farmers be profitable. Now, as an aside, one of the things I did was install 25 closed-circuit television cameras throughout my farm, partly so that we could monitor our livestock and we could monitor our property. And if any of you have been on Twitch, the live streaming service, well, the Academy of the Impossible might be lurking in your channel, and if you click on that, you'll find my farm. Streaming 24/7 and actually generating a reasonable amount of revenue because we're monetizing the video data that we get for our farm for the joy of people around the world. All to say that I'm so thrilled to be here today, and I'm so thrilled to be a farmer because it allows me to do what I always wanted to do with the internet, which is always be learning. Because if I think about what farming is, and I think about what farmers are, it's systems and hackers, right? Farming is a series of systems that you're constantly iterating and making better to help your operations. And the farmer is, in essence, a hacker who's constantly improving those systems, making the most of the tools and technology that they get access to. And that's why, thankfully, thanks to Ken, I've found what I'm going to do until I die, and it's farming.
That's awesome. Very good. A round of applause for all three of them. Well done, you guys. That's a great way for us to start the topic of farm digitization in Canada. So I think before we start, I'd love to hear from you your own version of what digitization is, because when I was running around yesterday talking to some farmers about what was on the launch pad today, everybody seems to have their own definition of what digitization actually means or is as it relates to agriculture. Ken, how do you see digitization as it relates to the farm?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm going to pass along a bit of a variation on a quote that I got from Kevin Blair, who said, data is getting to be a bit of a four-letter word on the farm. We don't need more data, we need more actionable information. So that said, I guess from my perspective as a CEO of an ag tech company, digitization is again essentially turning that information, whether it's in the field or out of after harvest, again into a digital environment, so that it can be shared and utilized. We really as agriculture has become a very globally interactive business, and so the technology is such that how you get paid is pretty much digital these days. How you put your grain is pretty much digital, and again, from our perspective, we're trying to close this information gap between the field and with the digital technology. So that's my look.
Awesome. Yeah, I think digitization to me is taking information that we've historically stored up here on a piece of paper and translating that into just the different record-keeping tools, applications, software that you can turn it into data. I think it's going from the transition of trusting your gut or using your gut to make decisions to using that data and relying on that data to make those decisions. So one of my favorite things that I reference is Moneyball. If anyone's familiar with that book or that movie, the whole premise behind that is Billy Beane wanted to get away from baseball players and what people thought baseball players were for hundreds of years. He wanted to use data to make a championship team, essentially. And if there's any Leafs fans in the crowd, I think that's what Kyle Dubas is trying to do right now. I don't know how that's working out, but anyway, it's finding a way to take that information, translate it into data, and then make better decisions out of that. So that's exactly what Ag Expert is trying to do. We want to serve all that information. We want to get accurate information that is still entered manually. It's coming off equipment, sensors, weather stations, storing it into one centralized system of other ag data transparent companies, so that the data can kind of speak for itself. So you, instead of, again, trusting your gut, maybe you have the information telling you, this is a year that I upgrade my equipment, or based on the cost of production that we have here, it's a year that we do repairs again, or maybe it's a decision whether you spray fungicide or not. Those are the things that we're trying to arm our users with through data, through taking that information and translating it.
I think it's important to recognize that digitization is fundamentally about control and accountability. And that's part of why I think a lot of people are naturally skeptical, because it can mean external control and external accountability. Because I think the important thing to recognize about digitization is it requires a certain amount of literacy, that you need to understand your systems, you need to understand your technology, or it can be used against you. So when we say that digitization is about control and accountability, it's important then to ask to whom, right? Is it accountable to me? Am I able to control it? Or is it accountable to someone else or controllable by someone else that I don't want? And I think that's really important. But I think it is possible to push back a little, to combine data and instinct, to combine data and the wisdom that farmers get from lived experience. Because when you compare the two, often you're reinforcing your instinct and you're using the data as verification, as an accountability for the things you know that works. And then it helps you tell others, hey, here's the data that proves my instincts are sound.
Yeah, it's a good point, Jesse. And so from a farmer's perspective, you talked about systems, and like there's no two farmers that show up here at this show that are the same, and no two farms that are the same. But we all have a current system. And the system might be writing it down on a piece of paper. It might be in our head. It might be in our grandpa's head and our dad's head and our mom's head and all of those things, but it's a system. And what is challenging for us is there's new systems and new ideas coming at us. It doesn't, from my perspective, feel like farmers were asking for a new system, and maybe some of them were. It doesn't feel like as a whole, farmers were saying, oh, this isn't working for us. Please, somebody from the technology industry, save us. It's a little bit of a push at us. And so now we're faced with a lot of options in front of us versus our current system that feels comfortable. So what advice would each of you give to farmers who are reluctant to step away from their current system that is comfortable? And it's not like we need something else to do. That's the other challenge, is a new system requires a lot of time and energy and dollars, and we'll get into all of those. What advice would you give to a farmer who is still reluctant to give up the comfort of their existing system?
Sure. Well, I think it's the big driver is that as we're all seeing the cost of inputs, the cost of machinery, everything keeps on going up, and we've seen this blip in the value of grain, but historically those two tracks have not always gone together, and so it's not a want to, it's a have to, and so it's just as we've seen over the years, farmings have gotten much larger, and so kind of keeping it in your head doesn't work anymore if you're anything over a couple of thousand acres. So the beauty of digitizing and why it's something you've got to do is that as you grow and as you need to be more and more competitive, you can't just do all that in your head anymore, and so that's what those systems do for you. So again, also do appreciate that I think someone once told me that your average grower has to make 180 individual important decisions every year, and so I mean,
Did you say
massive.
every day?
Oh, sorry, yes, yeah. Well, not including the children, but. Yeah, so it just becomes it's a daunting task that you simply need assistance with, and that assistance comes in the form of technology. And I think we're now at a point where the technology is advancing, and I think maybe we'll get into this a little later, so I won't expand on it, but to where things are starting to work together better, and I think that's super important because we need to get past that. As Cheryl, you said, there's no two farms that have the same system, and so hopefully, and Brian and I have had some conversations about this as well. So anyway, I'll pass that over.
Any advice?
I mean, I'll say something pretty provocative, but I think if people think about it, it's not that provocative. There's no such thing as unbiased data, right? Data always has an agenda. Data always reflects the bias of whoever created it. So if you're the one collecting data about your operations, it'll reflect your agenda. It'll reflect your story, and hopefully it'll defend your interests. But if that data is collected by people who are hostile to you, if that data is collected by people who want to make money off of you, that data may not be in your interest. They may miss out data that you think is important. They may miss out context that you think is important. So I empathize greatly with the sentiment, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But I think the reality is we've entered into a new court of public opinion, in which all industries, but especially agriculture, will receive a lot of scrutiny. And just as you want to have a lawyer, if you unfortunately find yourself in a court of law, you want to have your own data in the court of public opinion so that you can show that you are a responsible person. So I don't see data so much as making your systems better. I see data as proactively protecting yourself and proactively protecting your operations, because increasingly it is a kind of he said, she said, and you want to make sure that you've got your story and the proof to demonstrate that your operations are what you believe them to be.
Yeah, sorry, Brian, did you have a comment on that too?
No, just completely agree with Ken and Jesse here. My only piece of advice would be, what's getting in the way? Ask yourself that. If there's something that you're feeling reluctant on, hone in on that and go to some of these solutions providers and ask how they can mitigate that for you. I think it's as simple as that with advice I'd offer.
I heard the words "prove it" a couple of times already today, and that's where farmers are feeling a little bit on the defense, because we're out there making the best decisions that we can. You know, sustainability is this new buzzword, when for hundreds of years, you know, farmers have been making good decisions. 100 years we've been making good decisions, and we don't feel like we need to prove it to anyone. And yet there's a lot of scrutiny. A lot of people in government are looking at agriculture to prove it. So for farmers, we're feeling like a lot of the data collection opportunities out there are a bit intrusive. It feels like private information to us. You know, we're probably the nastiest to the Statistics Canada callers, is farmers, because they ask some what we deem to be really intrusive questions. And data collection feels to us very intrusive. And farmers can tend to be quite private, and we're not doing a lot of data sharing before this. So when somebody asks us not only to collect it and prove it and then give it or sell it to somebody else, this is brand new to the production piece of agriculture. Any comments about how we can reduce the feeling that the defense mechanism that we feel, and any comments about us feeling that this is a bit intrusive?
I'm happy to validate. I'm happy to say I think those are very fair concerns. Those are legitimate concerns. And I think there is a danger of data being used against farmers. And that's why, number one, I think farmers should control their own data, right? Like, I'm saying on the one hand, document what you do so you can defend yourself, but then you can decide who to share it with, right? And there are privacy laws in this country which are potentially getting stronger. So if you did the collection, you control where the data goes, versus if one of your suppliers or providers does the data collection, you have no control, and that data can be used. But then think one step higher. Think about growers associations, right? Think about your neighbors. Think about forming cooperatives. So together you can collect data and, again, protect it. And make sure that you don't share it with people you don't want to, so that, for example, if the government comes calling, you can say, well, why do you want that data, right? And you can negotiate. You can actually have a little bit of pushback. We are entering into a world of transparency. And I think that that is a legitimate concern of apprehension. But that's why it's important to be proactive and think of data security and data protection, because these are trade secrets, right? This is vulnerable information. And unfortunately, the longer you defer thinking about these policy issues and thinking about your own data practices, the easier it is for someone like the government, or if you think about contract farming, right? The people who are employing, the people who are buying your products, they may start to be the ones pressuring for this data, and you want to anticipate that and make sure that you, A, control your data and control access to that data so you can mitigate some of these very legitimate concerns.
Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. No. As a farmer, I think the first question I would ask with concerns to data collection with some of these software solutions is asking them the question: how are you protecting my data? How is it being shared? Is it being shared? Put the questions out there, and if you don't like the answer that you receive, then the data is yours and you don't have to move forward. Again, for Ag Expert, we're Ag Data Transparency certified, and if that's the first time you're hearing that, that doesn't mean that you need to be scared that we're collecting your data. What Ag Data Transparency means is we are transparent with the way your data is being collected and being used. You have 100% control of your data in our software, and you have 100% control with who it gets shared with, how it gets shared with. All we're trying to do is make it easier for farmers to centralize that data, again, so that they can make better business decisions. What they do with it from there is completely up to them.
And Ken, for Verigrain system, the farmer buys that Verigrain system and they own that data and they keep it to themselves?
Absolutely, yeah. And we're in a rather unique position in that I mentioned earlier. We're actually, the data we're collecting and the information we're collecting is the most accurate, most real-time on-farm stored grain quality and quantity, which, if you think about it for a moment, that's hugely valuable, not just to the grower, but potentially to others within the industry. But we have a very deep line in the sand that we will never share that grower data with an industry partner. Now, a couple of examples though where it's in the growers, to the growers' benefit to allow that data to be sort of accessed, if you will, on an aggregated basis without giving anything away. Is again, because our platform sees a lot better, a lot broader information than literally any of or most of the grain companies. What we're planning to do is allow a grain company to say, hey, we're looking for this kind of grain and this quality of grain. And so we can then look at our database of growers and forward that sort of, if you will, request through. So we're not giving away anything on an individual grower, but then now the grower will get a request saying, hey, XYZ grain company is looking for this kind of grain, and if you're interested, just click here and you can talk directly to them. So it's essentially a dating service. It doesn't give anything away, but it does, again, provides a very, very valuable service to, between the growers and the buyers. Well, I'll just leave that as sort of the one example. So I think, to make sure that, I think there needs to be a perspective here that, that information you're collecting, that data you're collecting as a grower, is enormously helpful and valuable to running your operation. And if you choose to share that outside, there's some good reasons to do that, and that's great. But don't sort of avoid being digital because of the rest of the world. I mean, do it very selfishly because it's going to make you, it's going to help make you much more efficient. It's going to make you more profitable. This is, I guess, my personal perspective on it.
You heard it here first. There's a Tinder for quality grain. I didn't even know that. There's a couple of microphones here, and so by all means, if you have any questions for the panelists, feel free to step up, and we're happy to answer your questions. Gentlemen, the cost of data collection isn't free, and farmers are inundated with various aspects of collecting data, whether it's on the financial side, the cash flow management side, on the grain sampling side. Absolutely every aspect is we're being asked to collect data, and none of that is free. So is there a way, and Jesse, you talked about a revenue source for the digitization that you have. I'm wondering if you see, in the future, a revenue source for farmers for collecting their data.
So the short answer is yes, but the detail, of course, is how much.
Do we have to have cameras up all over our farm?
No, not necessarily, but I will point out cameras are the easiest way to collect data, right? And increasingly there's AI. Part of the reason I set up my cameras is I wanted to use AI image recognition on my animals, right? And try to see how I could use AI to monitor the health of my animals. But I think there's 3 easy answers to how we can generate money from our data. On a base level is data as a commodity, and I don't think that that'll ever be more than fractions of a penny, but there is a market for it. And that is why anyone who is currently collecting data from your heavy equipment, from your soil, from your livestock, they are making money off that data, but it's fractions of a penny. So it has to be at really large volume for the farmer to see any cut. The second was, yes, as media, and there certainly are ways in which you can make money off media and attention. But the third, and I would argue the most lucrative, is marketing. And it's interesting the way in which farmers are using data, either at scale, in terms of, as Ken was talking about, demonstrating that, let's say, their crops are high quality, or as part of their animals or part of their produce, creating relationships with their customers. So I get my beef from an operation called Corad Farms, and they not only really allow people to connect with their cattle, which is a particular heritage breed, but they own their own abattoir, right? So they also are fully integrated, and their transparency and their sharing of their data actually engenders customer loyalty. Because you feel a connection to the farmer, you feel a connection to their produce. I pay more from my beef because I'm happy to support the farmers who produce it. And I think that is the ultimate payoff of data, is thinking about how it goes into your marketing, into your relationship to the marketplace, either to the consumer or to the buyers who are buying your stuff. And I think that'll either be bad or ideally good, because you're thinking about how to demonstrate your value and your expertise.
Any other thoughts on data collection not being free?
I'll hit this one from a little different perspective, and this is a bit self-serving, so bear with me. If you're already sampling, which especially if you're into specialty grains where understanding quality, sampling is required, traceability is required. Our product actually makes it easier to collect the data. It sort of saves money. But on the flip side of that is you're actually realizing more value for, more revenue for that grain. So in fact, that data is helping, you are actually getting paid for that data. So I realize that you were asking in a little bigger perspective in terms of, but even again, I kind of focus right down into, two things we always try to do or look at when we're developing product is it's got to be, faster and easier, and it's got to make farmers more money, or it's not going to work. So, again, always looking at the grower. I think there is some bigger applications as well. One of the other situations I was going to mention earlier too was that as a grower that's part of sort of our ecosystem, if you get to see, again, on an aggregated basis, on a regional basis, what else is out there in terms of quality or quantity, again, not specific growers, but just a real simple example. I mean, if you can see that sort of what's stored on the farm in terms of number one wheat, for example, is starting to get low, but you've got some pretty good number two, well, you're probably going to sit on it for 2 or 3 or 6 months because you're going to get a higher price for it. But you have to know what's going on in the market to pull that one off. So, there is real value, and again, we've got to be super careful and conscious of the security of that data, but that data can be very, very valuable to the growers at a marketing level, as Jesse mentioned, and at a buyer level as well.
Brian, Agtech's been collecting data for 20 years. Is there some efficiencies that have been gained in general over the course of those 20 years of farmers collecting their data?
For sure. I kind of spoke to this at the beginning, but just around the modern advancements in all ag tech and how all of the field data coming straight from your equipment can now be uploaded right into our software. This used to be something that was very manual entry, and it still is in some cases, and that's totally fine. But it just makes things much, much, much more efficient. And so if we're looking at examples of all of the field data coming off, any way that we can automate that and have it automatically upload into our software, and again, have it centralized in one place, means less desk or office time for you, the farmer. And so that is one of the huge, huge benefits. So if we're looking at, again, inventory in our product, and if we were to have an established connection with Verigrain, where they have all the quantity and quality measures that they're pulling off, but then if Ken's application and our application can talk to each other and have that centralized, and now everything coming from the bins, from the equipment, from the sensors is being located in one spot, that gives you a much, much more accurate picture of what's happening on your farm financially, and again, can help enable more strategic business decisions. So when it comes to the cost of data collection, nothing is free. If something is free, you're the product, right? So I think you, the farmer, need to ask yourself, what's the value here? And it's up to people like me and Ken and everyone here to demonstrate that value and prove that value.
I think there's a larger question really about trust that we've sort of been getting at repeatedly. And I think that was my point earlier about intuition, that I don't see data and intuition or information and wisdom as being separate. I think the point of these systems is to build upon a farmer's intuition, to build upon a farmer's wisdom, and to give life to it, to demonstrate it. And that's where I see the value of data, and that's why I keep saying it should be the farmer's data, and it should reflect the farmer's story and the farmer's worldview and the farmer's agenda, what they want to do with their crops and their livestock. And I think from the farmer's perspective, that might be a psychological shift, right? Where they accept the idea that data is their crop, right? And the tools that make the data are part of their operations. And that's why I embrace the hacker ethos, right? Because that's how the hacker thinks. And that's why I encourage farmers to think of themselves as hackers when it comes to both their data and their technology.
Jesse, you mentioned the word trust. So we've been talking about, farmers trusting technology companies with their data, the secure piece, the fear, all of that. There's also another area of trust that we deal with in the agriculture industry, and that's with the general public. The consumers tend to be asking a lot more questions now. They're very, very interested in their food. There was a time where there was no such thing as a foodie, and now people have business cards deciding that they're a foodie. So people are incredibly interested in their food, and they're somewhat interested in how it's grown, just enough to ask questions. So there's a general distrust between consumers and the industry. It's still showing through statistics that consumers trust farmers, but they don't trust industry. And industry doesn't trust, there's a whole cycle of untrustworthy bits of this puzzle. So is digitization going to confuse matters most, or is digitization a necessary step to building trust between consumers and farmers and industry?
I mean, the easy answer is it's both. And it really depends upon how you're relating to the public and who you're relating with. Because, I'll take TikTok, for example. I love TikTok and I love farm TikTok because you really get, I love the catastrophes, the failures, but the innovation, right? The quick fixes, the brilliance that many farmers have. But the danger of social media is it gives the illusion of depth, right? People think, oh, I saw a few farmers, I understand farming now. So on the one hand, it's a catch-22 where I always encourage farmers to embrace social media as a way to connect with other farmers and a way to tell your story. But you expose yourself to the public. You make yourself vulnerable. So the answer is to never do it alone, right? To find other farmers that you can do social media with, right? Both to promote each other, but also to learn, to get best tactics, best practices, and to put it in your marketing bucket, because you are marketing your brand, you're marketing your product, even if you don't sell direct to consumers, right? There are lots of people, one of the most celebrated people like Minnesota Millennial Farmer, right? Who, he's making so much money off YouTube right now, it's more than his agricultural operation. So there are benefits, but don't be isolated, right? Don't go to a fight alone, bring your buddies. Don't go to social media alone. Bring your family, bring your friends, so that together we can shift the perception of agriculture and help people understand not only do we really care about our work, we care about feeding the world, right? And I think we all recognize we're heading into a global food security crisis, which is why there's going to be a lot of tension on farmers. So we should be celebrating what we do and how we do it, and not let other people set the agenda or their perceptions of us.
I'll jump in. I guess the sort of aspect of this question that comes to mind for me is, and we encounter a lot, is traceability, which is becoming a more and more demanded by, again, the consumer wants to know, where did their food come from, and there's packaging now that allows you to, you can scan the QR code and see the field that it was growing on, and so I think that's there's more and more of that going to be happening. I don't know if it will be to that extent, but certainly traceability from a food safety perspective is also very important. And there's lots of the growers that I talk to, traceability is still something that's just starting to come. But the growers that are involved with the specialty crops, that's where traceability is a fact of life right now. That's again a very active discussion. There's also a sort of the sustainability component, which is, you know, the big companies, I hear them talking lots about sustainability. At a grower level, it's still, I'm not sure what that means for me, but you know, it is coming in and is being driven to, I'd say, largely by the consumers who are saying, well, you know, we've got to do things better. We've got, you know, the world is coming apart and we have to grow more food, and how do we do it? I mean, there's a lot of fear out there, and so though, you know, these things are being, you know, forced upon the growers, and again, it all comes down to, ties into this whole digital discussion. It's like, okay, how do I track, you know, from the time this hits my fork back to, you know, where the seed came from? The only answer is it's got to be, the digital is a big component of that. So.
Yeah, I think all I would add to that, I think digitization is a link, but it's not the link. I completely agree with Jesse. I see it more as a marketing challenge or opportunity, and that's why groups like Egg More Than Ever exist, because this mob mentality has come out around the sensitivities with what's going in our bodies, and there's questions around that, and there's a lot of unknown, and there's a lot of education required. So exactly like Jesse said, like we want the best in our food. We want the best to help feed the world, and you know, help take care of the food crisis and food insecurity. So yes, digitization like can help with traceability in a sense, but I more so see it as a marketing problem and help educating those who need it.
Yeah, and I think for farmers, we're a little bit waiting in the wings now. We're a little bit gun shy, because when consumers started asking us a whole bunch of questions about the science behind what we were doing, we understood that they wanted the scientific data that they were asking for. So they had a ton of questions and concerns about glyphosate, and we went, oh, you're worried about glyphosate? Here's a 400-page study, it's sure to convince you. And then nobody read it, and they stuck to their own belief that you know, a product like glyphosate was evil, and farmers went, well, you're asking us all of these questions, we're providing you with the answers, and it's not changing anything. So now we're kind of waiting to go, you guys decide. We believe us to be already making the best decisions that we can. We're growing healthy, safe, sustainable food, the best that we can. So you guys need to figure out, you know, the world needs to figure out what data they want from us so that we can continue to prove it. Because in our minds, having, you know, 4 or 5 generations of family farming the same land for more than 100 years, that is proving it, in our opinion. So we're waiting for some, you know, something concrete that says, farmers, here's how you can show us.
I mean, it raises 2 interesting ideas. On the one hand, there's the myth that the data speaks for itself, because the data never speaks for itself. It needs you, farmer, to make that data sing. And that's where, to your last question, I don't think that's going to happen. Like, I don't think there's going to be a moment where, like, hey, farmers, we're ready for you, save the day. No, quite the opposite. We're going to need farmers to save the day, and there may not be any thank yous after the fact. And that's why I think it's so important to be proactive, right? To tell your story with pride. And as I'm saying, but I will repeat, stand your ground, right? And use your data to defend who you are and what you believe in. Because, you know, to take carbon tax and environmental issues, farmers have a real opportunity for leadership. And that means that you say, here's why we're environmental stewards, and here's why we have, to your point, a track record, right, in taking care of the land. If you don't put forward that story, you'll get bad policy. And that's the catch-22, that you have to make the data sing. And you have to make your farm sing in the way that it's always sung, so that people will hear that tune and want to dance.
Gentlemen, this has been a great discussion about farm digitization. I hope you folks have enjoyed it. I'm sure all 3 of them will be available if you have any questions or comments afterwards. A big round of applause for Ken and Brian and Jesse on farm digitization.
Thank you.
Way to go, guys.
Up next, we have an Ag Talk Part 2 with Kevin Stewart, and that will start at exactly 11 o'clock. So you have a few minutes to grab a coffee or a drink or a bathroom break, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock.
At Viterra, we believe in the power of connection. Our world-leading agriculture network connects producers and consumers to supply top-quality food ingredients each and every day. Our team takes great pride in working closely with farmers to help feed the world. It's something we've been doing for over 100 years. And as an industry leader, we're dedicated to playing a critical role in meeting the needs of a growing world. Because together, we're stronger and achieve more.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Fortunately, there's social media and that'll help you a little bit.
Yes, and they're streaming it also. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It's my pleasure to welcome back to the stage Kevin Stewart. Kevin, along as being a friend of mine, he's a sought-after and award-winning speaker on issues related to leadership and media influence. He has a very unique perspective, and it has grown over the years. You would recognize him as an Olympic TV producer, media entrepreneur, and a farmer. And even though he was host of the Ag Vision TV series, which aired in Canada and the US for 13 years, his kids remind him that he's not actually famous. Kevin, however, insists that because he's frequently mistaken for famous people, that should count for something. So let's welcome to the back to the stage. If you were here yesterday, you saw Fake News Real Problems 1.0. This afternoon, he will share with us Fake News Real Problems 2.0, identifying biased information to make better decisions. Please welcome back to the stage my friend Kevin Stewart.
Thank you.
Are you guys thinking about Breaking Bad? When you see you're like, that's the guy.
Come on. Don't do that to me. Actually, it's funny because I remember one day when my daughter was about 7, we're walking along the highway and this white pickup truck pulls up beside, and it's a farmer. By that time, I'd probably been on TV for about 15, 20 years at that point. So the guy in the truck talks away, and we're chatting away, and so my young daughter's just waiting, and as he leaves, my young daughter looks up at me and she says, "So who was that?" And I said, "I don't know." Well, she said, "Why did he stop and talk to you?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe because I'm on TV." And my daughter looks at me and she goes, "I don't think so, Dad." You know, they're so innocent at that age. But this pandemic that we have been in, It's the first global event in history that has been combined with an infodemic. This idea where we have facts, we have fear, and we have technology that manipulates this information, and we have business models that make it pay. And suddenly we find ourselves in a position where all of that toxic information is advancing far faster than our ability to manage it and detect it. That's why we're here today, is to take a step in the direction of starting to identify this highly sensationalized information that we're all consuming on our phones and on our TVs and our computers. Now, if you were with us here yesterday, we learned a couple of really unfortunate things about the news that you and I are consuming on a daily basis. The first thing, in the midst of all, we all talk about this. There's so much misinformation and disinformation, but we have today more information at our fingertips than we have ever had in history, and never has less of it been produced by actually trained journalists. And the Edelman 2020 Trust Barometer folks looked at the situation and have suggested that we are now in an environment of information bankruptcy. The other thing that we learned yesterday, and this is highly unfortunate, that according to the Journal of Human Communication, people who consume the most news, far from being the most informed, have the most skewed perceptions of reality. And I, as a journalist, look at that and I go, well, wait a second, I thought staying up to date with the news and this sort of thing was supposed to be really good for us, and yet now we find ourselves in this odd predicament where the information that we're consuming on an hourly basis is really hard on our mental health. So what I'm going to do here today is I'm simply going to talk about ways and means we can start to identify and not be taken advantage of this news information. And here's why. A survey that was done at Stanford showed that 80% of Stanford students couldn't tell the difference between fake news and the real thing. And if they can't tell the difference, they're digital natives, then we are also, it's important for us to learn a little bit more about this. So, before I get too much further into that, I just want to talk a little bit about what our goal here is today, and that is simply to make you a media-savvy leader. That's really what I want you to do. It's not about cynical, and it's not about conspiracy theories. Who am I, by the way, to talk to you about this, just so you have a bit of an idea? Just very quickly, I've grown up, as Sherilyn said, in the national news media, and I've been very fortunate in my life to produce the Olympic Games, to do all kinds of very unique things. I've interviewed people all over the world, and when I come to these conferences, I make sure that I don't name drop the famous people that I've interviewed, because, of course, name dropping isn't cool. Robin Williams taught me that, actually. So, this guy here, probably a lot of you that are my age or so will recognize this is Morley Safer. And back during the Vietnam War, Morley Safer was doing his best to cover the atrocities that were happening in Vietnam. And in fact, he was doing such a good job that the president at the time, Lyndon Johnson, was so mad at Safer exposing all these atrocities, he tried to have Safer fired and accused him of being a communist. So the president's advisors updated the president and said, well, Safer is actually not a communist, but he is in fact a Canadian. And the president said, and I quote, well, damn it anyway, I knew something was wrong with him. So I show you his picture because shortly before he passed away in 2016, he talked about this. I would trust citizen journalism as much as I would trust citizen surgery. What is he talking about? And why do any of us care about something called citizen journalism. So let me see if I can explain this quickly, and then we're going to get into how to identify this problem. It used to be, or less often now, media journalists will hear an allegation and then they'll go investigate. If there's nothing to it, they move on and do something else. If there is something to it, they investigate more, and then they publish what facts they find. Increasingly, that is no longer what you and I are reading on our phones and our computers. What you're reading now is something called citizen journalism or iterative journalism. And that word simply means that the truth grows in iteration. So let me see if I can explain this quickly to you. The idea of iterative journalism is publish first. Don't worry about the facts. Don't worry about being accurate. The key to iterative journalism is be first and be sensational. Now, the reason that this has become such a huge deal is because the old way is expensive and it's slow and it doesn't bait user engagement. But iterative or citizen journalism, the idea behind this is it's supposed to be a boon to democracy, It's supposed to be a boon to democracy. So I put out an allegation. Is beef really good for you? Is milk really good for you? Right? That's all they do. They don't have to investigate anything. They just throw out a question. And then the citizens pile on their opinions, whatever facts they have, and allegedly, the truth emerges iteratively or in steps. In the end, it's pure garbage journalism, because the journalist doesn't have to do anything. They just throw out an allegation, and this is the recipe very often of what you and I are reading online especially. So, people who defend this say, well, we're not making mistakes, we just make updates, because we're on digital platforms now. So it's easy just you throw something up there, and then we change it if we have to. And the problem is, of course, by the time a false perception, the truth emerges about a false perception, it's already established, right? So company brands get wiped out and honest people get embarrassed. It's a horrible product. So why is there so much of it? Why is this iterative thing such a problem for you and for me? Well, first of all, it's extremely cheap and it's extremely fast. Jeff Jarvis at Buzz Machine says that newspaper people see their articles as a finished product. Online, we publish first and edit later. So as media savvy leaders, I'm just telling you to be more critical about what you consume, because this is the recipe. Publish first and we'll edit later. If it's wrong, we'll fix it later. See, the online especially, the internet is the Wild West. There are no rules at all. And so I'm just asking you to be a little bit more cautious about how much of this you consume. So here's what Michael Arrington, founder of TechCrunch, this is how he describes the new news recipe, right? Getting it right, that's expensive. It's time consuming. Getting it first, and this is what they're doing. Be first, be sensational. So, the question is, what are you and I to do with this piece of information? Ryan Holiday, he's the author of the book, Trust Me, I'm Lying, which I've read now 3 times. And he says that this environment of citizen and iterative journalism, which is mostly what we're reading online, he said, what it's there to do is not inform us. It's there to get us to click. They want a page view from us. They're not there to inform us. He actually calls this recipe a model where people are nothing more than a dumb mob being manipulated to get page views. You know what? Your mental health deserves better than this. And so this is why I'm asking you to be a bit media savvy so we can learn to identify what fake news looks like. So let's do that with the time we have. So first, how to identify fake news. One of the key strategies, if you are not sure what you're looking at is fake or sensationalized, is incendiary language. If you read a headline or an article And all of a sudden you're seeing lines like, this politician always, or this company never, or you're seeing words like scary being used, or shocking. This is incendiary language, and most good journalists don't use that approach. So if you feel yourself getting mad just reading the headline, is a good chance what you're reading is actually fake. Next, this is an easy one, spelling and grammar. I see this in fake emails a lot, where there'll be major corporate brands on the email, but when you read the text, there's weird wording and some odd spelling mistakes. Major media outlets and major corporate brands would never release stuff with spelling and grammar. That's a key sign that what you're reading is fake. Uppercase text, that's an easy one. Good journalists never use it, never. If you see uppercase text, which is the online version of screaming at people, that's a sign that probably what you're reading is fake. Odd URLs, website addresses. What fake sites typically try to do is obfuscate, like disguise who they are. Or what they do is mimic. So for example, the website abcnews.com.co is a fake site that tries to mimic a real site. How about this? This I find really helpful as a journalist. If you're not sure if your favorite media outlet, where it is in terms of its political bias and such, if you Google the words media bias chart, those 3 words, there are 2 documents in particular that will pop up. One is called All Sides, and what they do, they're independent bodies who created this chart that show where all the media, the major media, exist on political bias, left and right, and that sort of thing. Now, it's not scientifically exact, but it gives you and I an idea of which ones have credibility and which ones somewhat less. Next, have you heard of the source? And this is huge, because if I walked up to you as a total stranger on the street and I said, I can tell you right now what's in your drinking water that'll kill you. And you'd probably look at me and go, and who are you? Right? You don't know who I am. You don't know my credibility or my expertise or my agenda. So you wouldn't trust me. And yet, strangely as it seems, online, if we see a headline we agree with, even if we have no idea who they are, we tend to trust them, which is strange, isn't it? And all I'm saying is, for the good, first of all, of your credibility, if you have not heard of the source, I'm telling you, don't forward that to somebody else. I've had that happen all the time, where people will send me stuff and say, see, it proves this, that, or the other thing. And I'll look up the source, and it's a fake source. And so it hurts their credibility, them forwarding me an article that I know is fake. So for the sake of your own credibility as a leader and the mental health of other people, don't forward news information from sources you've never heard of. Next, just wait on it. If you see an article, social media or otherwise, and it has some remarkable claim about a person or a product, wait on it. Wait a few days, because media has a pack mentality. So if something is true, if something is important, no media wants to miss out on it. So if it's really crucial, all kinds of other media will be on it in no time. If after a few days, after you read this shocking article about whatever, nobody else is talking about it, there's a pretty good chance that it's fake, that somebody has just manufactured this. And it sounds really cynical to say, but being in the media as long as I have, it took me a long time to understand. There are people, a lot of people paid money to manipulate information and send it to you. That's a paid job, unfortunately. And so, as that Stanford study shows, most of us can't tell the difference between the real stuff and the stuff that is fake. So what about this? What do you do? A lot of people say, okay, so if the world is awash in misinformation and fake news and so where are we supposed to get decent information? Your best bet, I'm telling you, is still your local news. Because they come to trade shows like this, you meet them, you know them. All kinds of surveys actually show that people don't trust the media. But the same surveys show that they do prefer their local media. So where possible, support your local media. And another reason I say that is because since 2008, we have lost 450 local media outlets in Canada. And what's filled that void in most cases is online sources that none of us have ever heard of that have no connection to our community. So that's your best bet still, is local news. The second best bet for good, credible news is subscriptions. And the reason is really very simple. Most of what you and I read on social media, online, even on mass media, is ad-sponsored news. So the incentive there is not top quality product. The incentive is to produce whatever we can to make sure you keep watching, you keep reading, and you keep clicking. That's what the ad-sponsored model is about. The more clicks, the more page views, the more money they make. Subscription models, however, if you subscribe to a source that you believe is trustworthy, these guys, you as the reader are uppermost in their mind. Because if I, as a subscription journalist, lie to you or create some false or some misinformation, all you do is you unsubscribe. And I don't want you to do that. So at least in subscription models, you've got some accountability a little bit to work with there. So that's one of your best bets. And finally, I would say stick with established brands. You know, even the extremely biased ones. And the reason I say that is, at least you know where they're coming from. So for me as a journalist, when I consume news, I deliberately consume from sources that are, I know this is a right-leaning political source, but it helps me know what's the right talking about. And I know this one over here that I listen to is a left-leaning source, but now I know what the left is talking about, and inevitably, the truth is always someplace in the middle, okay? So stick with established brand. And I would say the final piece of advice I'll give you is this. If you as a leader want to prevent blind spots in your thinking, never trust one source. How many here sit on any kind of a board of directors, or have in the past, of any kind of an organization, town council? Any of you? A couple of you have. And I would argue the reason that you don't have one person on your board of directors is because you need perspective from all throughout that industry, whatever you represent, right? You don't want blind spots. So your board of directors probably has people from a large geographic area, maybe young and old, and so on and so forth, right? You don't want blind spots in your decision making. And I'm telling you, it's the same with news. My dad always used to be, when he was alive, he only watched one news source. And it was incredible how he actually developed a lot of very narrow thinking. So here's why I'm telling you that this one piece of advice is huge, not only for your mental health, but for your decision making. First, I think a lot of you know this, action always follows belief. It's the way it always happens. It's not just in the news media. This is a rule for life, that what you believe will cause you to act. Secondly, our beliefs tend to mirror media depictions. So our view of the world tends to be whatever sensational version the media gives us. And thirdly, the more rigid those beliefs are, the more likely we are to be manipulated by the media. So I'm simply saying what you believe impacts what you do. It impacts ultimately because the media impacts that belief system. And so it's just really key, never trust a single source. So just in closing, I want you to be media savvy leaders. That's what I'm interested in. This product called news has changed so much that we have to change our expectations about how we consume it. And a lot of us are addicted to this, right? We're looking at the news hourly, constantly, whatever. And I'm saying as a leader, be much more critical about the news you consume. We cannot consume our news 140 characters at a time and expect to not lose significant context. So don't depend on that as a means of quality information. Secondly, we can't expect, just like when you go through a drive-through at a fast food restaurant, you can't expect to demand your lunch instantly and expect it to be a quality meal. And similarly, on our phones, we're demanding instant updates all the time. Well, if we do that, we can't expect a quality product. There's no fact-checking or anything like that. They just put it out there instantly. And finally, we can't expect to consume all of this hyper sensationalized information and not have it hurt our mental health. It isn't just the fake news. It's the amount of sensationalized information that we're consuming on a daily basis. So in conclusion, I challenge you as a leader, consider a bit of a media diet. Just find ways to cut back a little bit on the amount of media. Don't worry about virtual reality. Try actual reality for a change. It's really a lot better because our minds are like ships. It's not the water that surrounds the ship that causes it to sink. It's the water that gets inside. Thank you all, and I'll be glad to take any questions if you have some.
Much, Kevin. Any questions from the audience? Who here feels like they're an expert at finding quality source news media? Me neither. But Kevin, you gave me a great suggestion yesterday. I was telling you about my plight with my kids, trying to figure out how best to share important news events with them. Do you want to share with the crowd today about your valuable piece of information for me?
Well, I'm not sure which one it was because I don't have that many that are that valuable.
It was about subscriptions.
Yeah. You know, there are a few, I guess I would say. One I actually didn't share yesterday, but that is, I didn't talk about yellow journalism. And I'm just talking to you as leaders at the moment. Yellow journalism, just quickly, is all that stuff at the checkout counter at the grocery store. There is nothing there that leaders will find the least bit useful. So to do your...
Who wore it best? I think he's talking about who wore it best.
There's just nothing. So avoid yellow journalism. And sorry, ask me the question again because I've been thinking so much about so many of these others.
When it comes to sources of information, one of the valuable tips you gave to me yesterday was purchasing subscription news. And I think for most people, we feel either a little bit guilty or it feels a little bit indulgent to be buying news when everything else is free. And you made some really valuable points between the differences of free news and why it's free versus subscription-based that counts on that.
You know, the unfortunate thing of it is the best stuff, local news and subscription news, are rapidly headed toward extinction. And one of the main reasons is because we're all consuming our news online, and I think a lot of us feel that the stuff online is free. And you probably heard this before, but the truth is nothing online is free. Nothing. You have two options when you are consuming information online. Either you pay for it, or you are ultimately the product being consumed. Those are the only two options. And so I'm simply saying to you, it seems like it's free when we're looking on our phone and it's fast and that's all great and everything, but your information, your time, your preferences are all being mined at all times. So yes, you're going to pay one way or another, and this is why I suggest subscription models and local are much better options because they're much more trustworthy and they're not mining you for your data. So,
Kevin, there's a lot of talk these days about confirmation bias. And so we tend to form opinions. Sometimes they're politically charged opinions. And then we seek out information that will confirm that bias. So on the other end of the pendulum, I worked really hard to start following people who I thought were on the other end of every political spectrum. And now my news feed is filled with stuff I actually really don't want to listen to. Any advice when it comes to filtering through information, especially on social media, and how to be aware of your confirmation bias and counter it at the same time?
Yeah. Countering, that's a whole different discussion, actually. We could talk about countering that kind of thing, but confirmation bias for leaders like you may be actually the most dangerous thing about the new media model, because what they're looking for is to figure out what your preferences are and then feed you more of that. And so this, like, by definition, you and I are we're going to end up with blind spots because the algorithms keep feeding us what they think we want. So there's lots of examples out there. You probably heard there's a particular NBA star who got talking online about the earth is flat, and that, you know, your science teacher's been lying to you and all this stuff all along. And he didn't realize that he got into one of these rabbit holes and got sucked down the rabbit hole of confirmation bias, right? Because he just assumes after a while everybody believes this. So that's kind of the danger of online material, is that you think, oh man, everybody sees it this way, and they don't. So this is why media savvy leaders go out of their way. Like, for example, for myself, I will look at a left-leaning document and a right, as I said, and then I probably cut it off at that. I probably don't consume more than 10 minutes of news a day. Because for leaders, by the way, when you think about it, probably 99% of what's in the news is irrelevant to you as a leader, right? So a bomb goes off in a hotel in, right, Europe someplace, or a train derails in Asia, or, right, a hurricane happens in wherever. And so all these are big events. But to you as a leader in your family, in your community, in your business, it's just all clutter. It's mental clutter for you. So that's why I tell people to try a media diet, actually. I did that a while ago. I stopped watching the late news, and I go to bed feeling better now. My mind's not full of clutter. I get up an hour earlier. So there's a lot of benefits to just a little bit less is better.
Well, I appreciate that tidbit of information, so I don't feel as guilty about not knowing what's going on around the rest of the world. So another big round of applause for Kevin Stewart. Thank you, Kevin, so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up at 11:45, we have a product launch through Degelman Industries. So we'll see you back here at 11:45 for the Degelman product launch. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Come on over.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by FCC Ag Expert. I'm Zoe Hansen, Product Associate for Ag Expert, and I'm so excited to be here this week for all of the great speakers and sessions. Ag Expert is your complete software solution designed for Canadian ag. Our products, Field and Accounting, make it easy to stay organized and make great decisions for your farm. Ag Expert will be here all week over to the right side of your stage, giving away free gloves, free leather work gloves to our customers. So please stop by anytime to learn more about our products and create your own account to receive a free pair of gloves. It is my great honor to introduce today's product launch by Degelman Industries. Welcome Derek Molnar, Territory and Marketing Manager, and Jordan Heimlich, Junior Design Engineer of Degelman Industries, to the launch pad to talk about their newest innovation, the Pro Case Precision Granular Applicator.
Settle down. Thank you, Zoe. I appreciate the warm welcome. And good morning, everyone. According to the teleprompter, I am Derek Molnar, and I am a Territory Manager with Degelman Industries, and I am joined today with Jordan Heimlich. He is a engineering training and a ProCast designer. Degelman Industries has been engineering tough, high-performance equipment for 60 years. And we are excited to stand on the Launchpad stage here today at Canada's Farm Show to introduce one of our newest products, the ProCast Precision Granular Applicator. The Degelman ProCast is the world's first precision granular applicator designed specifically for Degelman ProTill high-performance discs and our Strawmaster series of heavy harrows. Whether you're seeding or applying granular herbicides, the Degelman ProCast is designed to deliver an accurate spread of product in any kind of field conditions. The ProCast includes state-of-the-art features including a non-pressurized tank, isobus controls, and a simple, accurate metering system that is designed to make granular application and cover crop seeding safer and more efficient than ever. Before we get into more detail on what sets the ProCast apart from everyone else and other granular applicators, let's take a quick look at some of these key features. The ProCast is an isobus machine and requires a UT to function. Most farmers have isobus capability in their tractors, so it is important for the ProCast to work in tandem with the customer's monitor and not require an additional setup. For customers without an isobus capable tractor, a monitor is required. For example, a Trimble GFX 750, Raven Viper 4, Raven CR12, and Raven CR7. Compared to many broadcast applicators, the ProCast uses a distribution tower to divide product into their runs. Our distribution manifold allows for even distribution of product across the entire machine. This is key as implements continue to get much larger. Did I skip one there? Just as I practiced. We are always interested in making things simple for the end user. The ProCast features an easily adjustable metering system to achieve a wide range of results. In addition, calibrating the unit is done in just a few short steps. Jordan is going to go into much more detail and depth on these features shortly. The ProCast is a variable rate machine. In addition to that, Trimble's Isobus software enables sectional control for the Procast. This capability is being developed for the Procast 120 with production targeted for this fall. The current Procast 80 model is capable of single section on-off and will have limited sectional control options to follow. Now, while we won't recommend parting with your air drill anytime soon, the Procast is a great backup plan when you need to seed in adverse conditions. Paired with the Pro-Till, you will give yourself the opportunity to seed where air seeders can't. And in addition to the Pro-Till, combining a Procast with one of our Strawmaster Pluses, Strawmaster X's, or Strawmaster series of harrows, field preparation passes can be enhanced with the Procast by applying granular herbicides at the same time. 60 years ago, Wilf Degelman developed the first Degelman reel-type rock picker with one idea in mind: build it right, build it heavy, and build it to last. We always keep that in mind when we develop products, and that's why you're going to see things on the Procast like a durable steel tank, a Parker fan motor, an easy access ladder, and lots more. I am now going to hand the keys over to Jordan to get into much more detail on the design intent and the process that went into developing the Procast, as well as run through the ease of setup and some testing results.
Thank you, Derek. Like Derek said, my name is Jordan Heimlich. I've been a Procast designer for the past 2.5 years with Degelman's R&D department. I'd like to take a step back from the features and how Derek has laid this out and just talk about the motivation of the project, some of our design goals, walk through a quick start, show you how easy this machine is to set up, and then get into some of our results and testing. So let's start with motivation. Our lack of a dedicated pneumatic seeding machine or a broadcast seeder has kind of put us at a disadvantage compared to other options in the marketplace. If a farmer or a producer is looking for a machine with a compatible seeder, we wanted to be able to provide that. And that kind of forms the underlying motivation or basis for this project. We also felt that farmers needed or deserved additional options that other pneumatic seeders didn't have. We wanted to ensure that our product was meeting precision and accuracy of other machines in the market. And we wanted to reduce our reliance on third-party suppliers to provide our customers with the equipment when they needed it. But most importantly, we wanted to design a machine that was specifically built around our implements and to maximize their effectiveness. I'm just going to walk through some of the design goals that we set about at the beginning of this project. A bit of a repetition here, but bear with me. We wanted the Procast to fit on all of our Pro-Tills 30 feet and higher, as well as all of our Strawmaster machines. So that includes the 7000s, the SM Plus, Strawmaster X, and the SM Pros. We wanted to maximize the tank size. Basically, we're trying to install this machine on a Pro-Till, and given the transport restrictions and the space envelope inside, we wanted to maximize that space so that our farmers could keep running longer in the field. We wanted to make sure this machine was easy to use, and so that's kind of where we'll talk about our control system a little bit more. And we also wanted to make sure that we had a highly versatile metering system that could handle a broad range of products and rates. We wanted to make sure it was easy to calibrate so that our farmers could get in the field faster. And we wanted to make sure that we were meeting an industry benchmark on accuracy and precision. So from the beginning, Degelman does not have any experience designing or producing a pneumatic applicator, and we knew that expertise in this field would come in, be a very valuable asset. So we approached a company called Seed to Soil at a trade show much like this one. Seed to Soil is a German-based consulting company that specializes in agricultural engineering, and as the name suggests, has a strong background in seeding technologies. We've since developed a strong relationship with the team you see on the screen here. These guys deserve a lot of credit, and they've guided us through many of the early design decisions, the prototyping process, and have suggested many improvements to our machine as the project has gone along. So I'm just going to take a moment now and just kind of go over some of the features that Derek's already mentioned in a little bit more detail. So like I've already stated, one of the goals of our product was to maximize the tank size, and we also wanted to fit on everything from a Pro-Till 30 and up. So that automatically makes our ProTil 30 the smallest space envelope that we have to work with. So the tank was spatially designed within the constraints of a ProTil 30. As you can see, it's quite a bit taller. We're limited by how our metering system operates, that we have to be able to get access underneath. But in addition to the tank design or our space constraints, I'd like to point out a few more considerations. One, a steel tank is robust, durable, and easily repaired. And it's also easier to manufacture and modify according to the space constraints that we had. Another one is that fabricating a tank out of steel allows us to mount additional options or features to the tank itself without the need for a secondary structure. So as you can see on the machine to your left, we've got a side door that swings out, platform folds down, ladder so you can reach the lid on the top, and we can also mount all of our primary tower and fan directly to the tank on the front. And lastly, we spend a lot of time testing for different product angle of repose, trying to make sure that all of our products will feed the meter without, collecting on the sides of the tank. Next, I'm just going to expand a little bit on the metering system. Our metering system does provide a broad range of capabilities with product range and the ability to do different products. We achieve this by engaging or disengaging rollers. The way our machine works is it dumps all of the product into a 5-inch Airstream, and then it gets split later down the road with our primary tower, which I'll get to in a sec. But that allows us to essentially just change the amount of product that's going into that Airstream at the meter box. So by engaging or disengaging rollers with the set screws that you can see there in the middle, we can just change the volume that each rotation has. In addition, we've done plenty of testing with this meter now, and we found good results, and I'll go over those results in a minute here, but with wheat, cereal crops, radish, canola even, cover crop mixtures, and granular chemical. I'm going to discuss a bit more in a quick start on how to set up this meter, and we'll come back to it. So our pneumatic system. Our fan is sized to operate with our largest machine, the Strawmaster Pro 120 foot. As you can see here, it's just showing a schematic of how the air works. It comes from the front of the machine through the tank. There's a tube that goes through the tank, transfers the air to the back, comes back around through the metering system, and then up through the distribution tower. That distribution tower is what makes the Procast a little bit more unique compared to existing broadcast seeders. Most broadcast seeders will seed directly into the hoses. So that allows us to have the metering system that we do and improves our ability to get a broad range of rates with the same rollers. And I will next move into our control system. So early on in this project, there was a lot of discussion about what we were going to do with our control system, whether we would build our own with a dedicated monitor. But in the end, we decided to go with Trimble. And as a leader in isobus systems, we are able to present to you today a plug-and-play machine. So any tractor with a UT unlocked and isobus capability will be able to see the control screen that you can see there. What that also allows us to do is we can provide a secondary, a third aftermarket monitor from Raven, Trimble, anything that's isobus compatible. And with using that technology a little bit further to its full extent, we can offer sectional control capabilities, prescriptions, and data logging. I should point out here that like Derek said, with the Procast 80, we don't have sectional control at this time, but it is very useful for auto on-off. You can set up your machine as one section, and then you don't really have to play around with it as you're seeding in the field or applying product. I'm just going to discuss tractor requirements briefly. So like we've already covered a couple times, you do require an isobus monitor. So that's your control system. That's how you're going to be able to operate the machine. This machine uses one hydraulic circuit, uses 3/4 inch or -12 couplers. There's -8 couplers in the toolbox for an adapter if you need. Also uses a K-strain to relieve back pressure on the fan, which is a flat face coupler. Moving on, I'm just going to discuss the distribution system. So we've kind of discussed the tank a little bit, and now we're trying to worry on how to get that product from the distribution head to the ground. And so what I'd like to point out here is that all of our distribution systems are tailored specifically to the class of machine they're on. Every machine is a bit different and has different pinch points. So we've designed our hosing brackets and routing systems to accommodate that, get the hoses safely to their drop points, and deliver product in an efficient manner. You can see on here, this is a ProTil 41 center frame as it comes into, from the hitch into the center frame and then out towards the wings. Then as a ProTil folds into transport, obviously we've got to worry about pinching our hoses in the wings. I guess the one thing I'll point out here is that ProTil uses a distribution head with 18 hoses and 1.25" hose, which is a little bit different compared to our Strawmaster distribution systems that use an 1.5" diameter, inner diameter hose, and has a bit more involved with this machine. Given the wide width of the Strawmaster, we have to increase the number of drop points so we have an even spread across the ground. So we've developed our own Y-splitter technology. You can kind of make them out there on the frame. They're mounted to the spring bars, and then the product drops in front of the harrows for adequate incorporation of granular chemical. So now I'm going to walk through a quick start just to kind of demonstrate how easy this machine is to get running. On the screen right now you can see 2 decals that are included with the machine, or they're also in the back of the manual. And it's basically going to tell you how to set up your meter. So like I said, we're engaging or disengaging rollers to achieve the correct volume that we're dumping on every rotation. And that kind of confines, you want to use the correct rate or range so that we can keep our meter rolling between 45 RPM and 90. Too high, you have, more wear issues over time, and then too low, and you're restricting your bottom end as you slow down the tractor as trying to adjust. So we want to keep it within that range if we can. So just as an example, let's assume we're putting down 10 pounds of granular chemical, or that's what we want to do. We need to know the size of our machine. That's the decal we're going to use. We need to know our target application rate, 10 pounds, and the speed that we want to apply it at. So this chart is based on 10 miles an hour. You'll use the equation on the bottom, and because it's based on 10, and we're assuming 10, which is the 1. So when we look at our roller configuration, a density of granular chemical is 40 pounds per cubic foot. So we're going to go third column from the right. We see the 50, and then the 40 is your pounds per cubic foot. Roll down to 10 pounds an acre, and we can see that it's in the range of a 25 mil roller. So now we know what roller we need to engage. The bottom chart is just for your product setup. All you need to remember is that at the same density and roller configuration, that number is 0.12. So we'll come back to that. So at this point, you go back to your roller, your metering system. You would block it out. You would engage or disengage drive screws as needed. And then you're basically ready to go set up your product. So back in the tractor, we're going to set up a product. Just a part of your configuration database. These save in your isobus or in the ECUs, so they're available to you the next time that you are ready to apply that product. We'll rename it, obviously, set your target rate, and then that 0.12, that calibration factor, we'll just use that as a starting point in your calibration process. So from here, you're going to go to your calibration screen, enter the calibration process. It's advised that you preload your rollers just to get an accurate result. And then it'll tell you to go back to your Procast machine, and you'll be set up much like this. It's a very simple process. You're going to set up your scale on the frame of the Procast, zero out your bag, put the bag underneath the meter, hit that green button. It'll start dispensing product, and then hit the button again when you want it to stop. We recommend that you try and fill the bag. Some low product rate stuff, you're going to maybe just wait a minute, and that's fine. So from there, you're going to measure the weight of the bag, and then punch it into the monitor. And the monitor will automatically adjust your calibration factor based on that value. I'd recommend doing it once more just to confirm if there's any errors in your test. If you're getting the same value twice, then there's no need to continue. And the last step is just to set your fan speed. So based on your size of machine, the type of product, and the rate that you're using, we've recommended some different fan speed ranges to use. That's just to get you started. And then once you've done this, you can set it into a simulation mode just to confirm that everything's operating properly. Simulation just tricks the monitor into a set speed that you're running at. You'd be sitting still. So I'm going to talk about some testing. I'm just going to briefly point out that the matrix or the Excel file on the screen there is just a guide. It allows us to evaluate our machine as good or bad or what category it's in. But to do this, I'm going to explain one metric that this chart is based on, and that's called the coefficient of variation. It's essentially just a statistical method that is expressed as a percentage, which allows us to test different units, rates, or different units and scales. So a CV of 0, a coefficient of 0, means that every single seed run is the exact same. So lower is better, and 0 would be no variance whatsoever between each run. So I'm going to come back to this chart at the end in a summary, just to kind of show you where we ended up. So we did some testing with other machines in the market just to form a benchmark so that we could compare ourselves to a practical result. So in this case, we tested with 3 products. I'll start with wheat here. As you can see, our ProCast is a 4% in the blue line there on average coefficient of variance compared to a benchmark of about 5.5. So we're doing well compared to an industry benchmark. Next, we tested radish, bit smaller seed, a little bit different to work through the metering system. Again, we're noticing pretty decent results, averaging just over 4%. I should point out that the different trials, each data point is an individual trial that I've essentially averaged out to get these. And as you go from left to right, the rates are increasing. And lastly, I'm going to point one more result out here, or a summary of results with granular chemical. And this is where the ProCast appears to have the best or the biggest advantage over an industry benchmark, averaging just around 6% again compared to 12. So it's about twice as good at delivering granular chemical with less variance. So just to summarize all that, I took all the results from the charts you saw there and I averaged them out. ProCast versus benchmark, wheat, radish, and granular chemical were as good or better. And just to kind of show you where we ended up in that chart, we ended up in that satisfactory or sufficient stage, or sorry, I should say that sufficient stage for everything. And for a broadcast applicator, that's pretty good. Lastly, I'm just going to walk through some results just to kind of show you some fields that have been seeded with this product. It's hard to show granular chemical without doing like a weed survey, but I'll walk through some seeding. This is from our field just across the highway from us. It's our test field from last fall. And we seeded a 50 pound per acre cover crop with a bunch of different varieties in it. And this is how it looked. Seeded September 9th, looked a month later, and then over the next month took a couple more pictures. As you can see, by November, it's starting to turn brown and winter kill. So yeah, and then a couple more here. This is from Indiana. On the left, we have a soybean crop seeded by one of our farmers who's purchased a machine. On the top right is a cover crop mixture, very similar to the one we used in our test field much earlier on. And then on the bottom there is actually that same crop this spring after it's been winter killed, so the ryegrass made it through the winter. And lastly, these results are from Maine. I actually visited Maine earlier in May, and this was seeded about third week of May. Pictures from a week ago. This is a cover crop mixture including, like I said, ryegrass, clover, vetch, and winter peas. So as you can see, our farmers have had great results so far, and I'm very pleased to be presenting to you today. I'm going to hand this back to Derek to close out our presentation, and thank you for your time.
Yep. All right, thank you, Jordan. As you guys can see, a lot of time and development went into creating and perfecting the Procast, and we are thrilled to be standing at the launch pad here today at Canada's Farm Show to give you an in-depth look at this product. Farming operations are getting bigger. Every year it seems like they get bigger and bigger and they get more complicated. At Degelman, we truly believe in developing equipment that is easy to use and built to last. So if you guys have any questions, we're going to be hanging out by the machine for the next little while. Feel free to come over and we can walk through the machine with you. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them. In addition to our booth in the Affinity Agriplex building, stop by there. You can come see the first rock picker that Wilf Degelman built in 1962 out of his barn in Raymore. And you can also see the one that we pulled out of the bush and restored. Kind of a little bit of a cool piece of history here. And we have a Procast with a working monitor as well if you'd like to see how the system works there. And I'd like to just thank everyone for taking the time to come over to our presentation here today. Thank you to a lot of the dealer groups that we've had come in from Quebec and Ontario. Our US sales guys were finally able to come up to the show and see what's happening in the city that rhymes with fun. And so thank you again and have a great rest of the Canada's Farm Show.
riders let me play for them for 3 years, and just how to get better on a daily and yearly basis, and I try bringing a lot of that back to the farm. I'm Ben Heenan, and I farm just west of Regina by Grand Coulee. I went to university up in Saskatoon there at the U of S and played for the Huskies for 4 years. After that, I played 4 years of pro football, mainly with the Riders here. For me, I feel like, you know, pro football and especially the CFL, that's just, you know, it was a great experience for me, taught me a lot. Had a great time and decided it was kind of my time to move on, and since then I've been farming back here with the family. We've had contact a couple of years back, and it's certainly you know, it's not something you ever want to do. Going around a power pole with an air seeder in the springtime, it was you know, unfortunate event, and you know, fortunately everyone around kind of knew enough and knew what to do at that point. So once it happened, you know, no one went anywhere near the tractor. The operator didn't get out. Just immediately we called Sask Power and they took care of it. After the accident, you know, it's something that certainly crosses your mind. You know, you get everything fixed and you know, everything back to normal, and you get seating again, and you certainly reflect back on worst case scenario. I think that's just kind of human nature. So we're always cautious to start with, and even more so since then. There's a lot worse things that could have happened once contact was made, and wouldn't want to see anything, you know, more serious than that, whether it be an injury or a death. I don't think safety is something you take for granted. I think you approach it the same regardless if you're you know, relatively new to dealing with the power lines, or if you're you know, an older farmer that's been around for a long time. I think it's the same degree of safety that needs to be taken.
The first flight of the Orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Launchpad stage. Happy to have you here this afternoon. I am your host, Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel. I'm a farmer from Mossbank, Saskatchewan, and I have the privilege of moderating this afternoon's session on enhancing the exploration of the canola chain. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to welcome our three panelists on the stage, and they'll give a brief introduction of themselves as they do that. So come up on stage, guys. We have Bo Hallberg, merchandising at Viterra Oilseed Processing. We're also welcomed by Mehmet Talbek, the president of Saskatchewan Food Industry and Development Center, and Dr. Bishnu Acharya at the University of Saskatchewan. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. I would say in Saskatchewan, at least, canola might be one of the hottest topics around, so happy to have you here to do that. And Bo, I think we'll start with you. And you have a presentation for us kind of on the canola crush capacity piece. And I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit about you and your agriculture background as well. So we'll start with you, Bo.
Sure, thank you. So hello, my name is Bo Hallberg. I work here in Regina with our Viterra Oilseed Processing Group. Been with the company for about 12 years now, and the last 4 have been in our crush group. I've been around ag as long as I can remember, basically. My father grew up working for the Sask Wheat Pool and ultimately ended up working in an agri-products division of an egg company as well. So something I've been around for some time. So I'm here today to talk a little bit, like Sherilyn mentioned, about our canola crush industry, along with some of the investment that's taken place in that sector as of late as well. So to begin with, here's a quick snapshot of the supply side of our canola crush industry. So Canada seeds between 21 and 22 million acres of canola annually. Our 5-year trend line yield off of that is about 19 million metric tons. Globally, we produce about 60 million metric tons of canola. Canada, in most years, is the largest producer of canola globally. Europe would be a close second, with those 2 growing regions combined comprising of about 60% of total global production. Now looking at our crush footprint as we know it today, we have a set crush capacity of about 10.3 million metric tons here in Canada. The US can crush 3.5 million metric tons of canola. A large majority of those facilities are swing plants, meaning they can crush canola, sun, flax, and soy. So the actual amount of canola that gets crushed in the States can vary quite a bit from year to year. Canola is crushed for the oil in the seed primarily. About 40 to 45% of the seed is oil. And in our market today, about 90% of that oil goes into food markets, so satisfies food manufacturing and food service industries, with the remaining 10% going into energy in some capacity. So that's our market as we know it today. We're slowly moving away from that into one where greenhouse gas emissions and carbon reduction is on the forefront for many. Governments are legislating clean fuel standards, which have oil and gas companies looking into alternative fuel options. One of those fuel alternatives that has garnered quite a bit of attention here recently is something called renewable diesel. So renewable diesel is a drop-in diesel fuel. It is a 100% replacement to traditional petroleum diesel as we know it today. And the primary ingredient for that product is vegetable oil or any kind of biomass. You can use used cooking oil, algae, soybean oil, vegetable oil, animal fats, but there just isn't enough of that stuff available. So these renewable diesel processors are going to have to come to big oil producing industries like the canola and soybean oil markets. And as you can see here, the Clean Fuel Standard is a Canadian mandate that's been proposed. The expected demand to come from that would support a 5 million metric ton crush addition, and the RFS is the US version of that. And the expected demand from those standards would support an additional 18 million metric tons of soy crush. So that's gotten us to where we are today. Canada has announced an additional 6.5 million metric tons of canola crush capacity. That's either in the form of new builds or new capacity being added on to existing facilities. And that's going to take us from 10.3 upwards of almost 17 million metric tons of canola crush capacity here in Canada. So we're moving from an environment where we would produce 19 million metric tons, crush half of it, and export half of it, into an environment where we produce 19 and may crush 90% of it. So it's a very drastic change. And even further to that, a lot of the downstream products may be produced in North America as well, and even consumed in North America along with that. So there's going to be a lot of change coming to our industries as these new crush plants come online and as these alternative fuel mandates get passed in certain states or countries. And then in the next, like I said, 3 to 5 years, there's going to be a pile of change. And whether someone is producing canola, handling it, crushing it, or downstream processing it, it's going to be a very exciting time to be in the canola industry.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Bo. We'll hand the clicker over to you, Mehmet.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl.
No doubt, hey, it's crazy.
You have to sing, and then when you start singing, your PowerPoint presentation comes on.
Just this one?
If you start singing a song, then the PowerPoint presentation comes on.
No.
It's tricky.
I was thinking it'll show up, so.
It's tricky.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mehmet Tulbek. I'm the president of the Saskatchewan Food Industry Development Center. It's my pleasure to talk about some of the canola meal valorization in the food and feed applications this afternoon. Food Center, basically, we are based in Saskatoon. It's a development agency established in 1997, and we are helping companies and the industry to work on several different products, and we help them commercialize their products, from local crop to meat utilization to plant-based foods and ingredients. And we have over 55 FTE working for the agri-food sector and helping the industry in Saskatchewan. So when we look at our technical and outreach programs, we have product development, food safety and skills development, crop utilization, ingredient science and technology, manufacturing, incubation, food crop quality, extrusion R&D, manufacturing. We have women in agri-food entrepreneurship programs, and the new one which we are working on is the fermentation and the bioengineering, which will be very important for canola byproducts, especially canola meal and the fractions. So when we look at the sector in canola, there's a major need in innovation in the canola sector. We know that the overall crush will be more for the biodiesel, the bio-renewable energy, but there's also a need because of the situation in Ukraine and Russia with the canola oil as well. And in addition to that, we have to work on the valorization of the canola meal. And when we look at the canola meal, we have to work on to fractionate the high value and this high quality protein from the meal, because the canola protein is a very high quality protein with excellent protein value, with high PDCAS quality. So there will be a lot of work going to happen around the product, the technology, processing, and the intellectual property around the canola meal, and to further go down in the canola protein products. So with that, we are going to be working on clean label, low cost, competitive, and the low energy processes, so we can prepare these products for food, high quality feed, aquaculture, and the industrial uses. The fermentation and the cellular agriculture systems, the cellular agriculture applications will be very important. And then over the next 10 years, we'll be working on the complete development of the canola meal ecosystem. So when we look at the valorization of the canola protein, at the moment, we have the canola meal, which is about 37% protein with quite a bit of fiber. And this product is primarily used for dairy cattle feed, swine feed, or different feed applications. So the value, and if you look at the canola meal value, let's say it's X dollar. But if you go for a canola protein concentrate at 60 to 70% protein, we can go 3x or 4x of that value of that protein and potentially use that product for pet food applications or high value feeds such as aquaculture. And if you go further on the canola protein isolate, then we can go 7x or 8x values of this canola meal, which we can go up to 80 to 90% protein. And these products can be used in food and the plant-based and the vegan protein solutions, which can help support the growing plant-based food applications. So that's why the overall protein value, the protein coming from the canola meal will be much more important in the next decade. And in addition to that, as we move forward in the further fractionation, the fiber and the minor components which can be used as part of the Agtech or different type of production systems will be researched and commercialized in the next 10 years. So that will be the important part. With that, thank you very much. We look forward to the overall discussion and the panel. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks so much, Mehmet. And Vishnu. It'll just take a minute, I think, to load your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can start. Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here to talk about our work that we are doing at the University of Saskatchewan in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering, especially with the valorization of agriculture biomass and byproduct into a high-value product. I'm Vishnu Acharya. I'm the Ministry of Agriculture Research Chair in Bioprocess Engineering. It's just an overview of the work that we do in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering. So in my portfolio, I work on a number of different processes, whether that's a thermochemical, chemical, biological processes, especially looking at the value chain of the product or the feedstock, and then trying to develop a number of different byproducts. So we develop value as we are processing any kind of biomass into product. At the same time, I have a mechanical engineering background and involved in the design and scaling up of the reactors and the systems as well. So most of the process that we build, we always try to scale up and make it in such a way that it can be commercialized. So that is another area that we work on. This slide just gives an overview of all the work that we are currently working on. That includes a number of different biomass and the feedstock that is available in Saskatchewan, and number of different opportunities, whether it can be used to produce biochemicals, can be used on producing biomaterials, bioplastics, also working around some functional food ingredients, extraction from certain agri product that is available in Saskatchewan. So mainly the way we work is, we identify the feedstock, we go through the, developing a green bioprocess, then do a bioproduct development. After that, we try to transfer that idea to the industry to do a process validation in terms of commercial scale, commercialization, and then transfer the IP to the industry. So that has been my motto throughout my research, and that's how we connect with the industry. Especially regarding the the valorization of canola meal, there are certain areas that we are working on, and Dr. Tulbeck just talked about the food application of the canola meal protein, and what we are looking at is more on the chemical and the material application of the canola meal and the fiber after the protein extraction. So we are working with canola meal, extraction of canola protein and canola fiber. We are, trying to develop some kind of microbial media, some extracts from canola meal that could potentially replace the microbial media in fermentation. And some of the areas that we are working on is producing, polyunsaturated fatty acids out of those in those microbial media, and at the same time polyhydroxonate like PHA and the biochemicals, other kinds of biochemicals, through those microbial media to validate that the microbial media can be effectively used, to produce those, to grow those microbes. Similarly, canola protein could also be used, in developing bioadhesives and bioplastics. And then the fiber that is left, we can look into energy pellets, and also we can look into the bioplastic and the composite application as well. So we have generated few samples that I brought with me today. So if you are around, I can always show them to you, and we can discuss further about those products after this panel discussion as well. So that's all for me, and thank you, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Bishnu. And yes, I had forgotten that you have that set up. Where is your table set up?
It's on the back
In
side.
the back?
Maybe I can
Okay.
bring it later on.
So after the show, Bishnu has brought a couple of examples, which we thought would be really fun for anybody interested in some of those bioproducts to see what they actually are. So thank you again for bringing that. I think what the presentations did was showcase the value of agriculture. I would suggest that that canola has probably started off in the research side, in the research aspect of the value chain, and it's worked its way over to me as a farmer. All of the research is done on the agronomic side, on the processing side, the value piece, and then it works its way over to the farmers. If the farmers don't see value in that particular commodity, we won't grow it. So we need to have the research piece of the puzzle. From the farming community, it heads over to the grain elevators, and then Bo has done an excellent job of showcasing for us how important canola has become in the industry, and it goes all the way from the industry over to the food processing sector. And Mehmet has walked us through some of the opportunities for canola on the value processing piece of that. So canola is without a doubt a really important piece of the Saskatchewan story. And Vishnu, I thought maybe we should start by sharing a little bit of the history of canola. It's really a Saskatchewan-owned success story, and maybe you can share with some of the audience members who may not be fully aware that Saskatchewan takes pride in canola, and the reason it's such a success is because of our researchers here in this province.
Thank you. So the early days of developing the different cultivars of Canada of canola, I think Saskatchewan played a very pivotal role in it, in order to come up with the initial cultivars, that are more, that has more better properties for oil, as well as on the feed side as well, with low uric acid, as well as less glucosinolate in the meal side, so that it can go into the feed application. So over the 50 years of the research and development and the investment that was made in Saskatchewan, we have come up with the kind of cultivars that has better properties, better oil properties, and better meal properties. And I think we should feel very proud of it, being in Saskatchewan, and so that's one thing. The other thing is, like, it has brought a lot of economic values to Saskatchewan. So bringing billions in revenues, and at the same time employing more than 90,000 people in this canola industry. I think that is another reason why we should why Saskatchewan should feel proud, as well as take credit for the development of canola.
I think it's quite telling how quickly the expansion of canola happened, at least in the farming sector. On our farm, we've been farming from some of the same land for 100 years, so the cereal crops have really been a staple in the farming community. But for us to adapt into at least a third of those acres being attributed to an oilseed, and mainly canola today, is a true credit to the research that's been done. Again, if it wasn't profitable for farmers to grow canola, we wouldn't do it. And so for the acres to be increasing at that rate is truly telling. So Bo, after we've researched it and we've come up with some great varieties, and after the farmers have said, yes, we think we can grow this, and yes, we think we can make some money, we sell that canola back to you. And what happens to the canola from when it leaves the farm operation and it heads to an elevator in Viterra? Kind of walk us through what that looks like, and then we'll talk about the capacity of it.
Yeah, for sure. So today, about 50% of the canola that the Canadian trade would buy would be exported. There's a number of destinations that take our seed. The biggest would be China, Japan, Mexico, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Europe will buy some as well. The other half would be crushed locally, at least if we have the canola supply to manage that. So yeah, that's in today's environment, that's what happens to the seed.
I've gone into a lot of schools to talk to kids about what we grow on the farm today, and it absolutely blows their mind when they see these tiny little black canola seeds, and then they see the jug of yellow canola oil beside it that helps make their birthday cakes, and it's hard sometimes for them to fully understand. I think it was in your presentation, Bo, that gave us the details around 40% of that tiny black seed ends up in oil, and the rest of it ends up in a meal after that. So let's ship it over to you, Mehmet. Now we've researched it, we've grown it, we've bought it, we've exported a lot of it, and now we're crushing it. Where would the food center fit into that value chain, and what would consumers actually find at the end of that value chain?
What we like to do and assist the overall industry is basically to increase their values and to maximize the benefits for the farmers, maximize the benefits for the crushers and the end users. Canola is a great story for Canada. It's basically really the pride of the country with that whole industry and the academic and the government partnership. Happened back in the 70s and coming all the way. Now we are looking at so vast acres, and wherever you travel around the world, canola oil has that excellent reputation because canola oil is an excellent oil and it has that complete balance and that heart-healthy claims. But when we have all that oil, there is all that protein coming, and right now world needs more protein. And world needs more protein resources, world needs more plant protein, and to do that, the Food Center is implemented this whole fermentation and bioengineering program that we'll be working on to take the canola meal and to put it in different valorization processes, to make it as a protein isolate or a protein concentrate, or to take the protein further in the value chain and help our crushers, help our industry, and increase the value add. And by increasing the value add, we can improve the overall maximization of for the farmers, for the overall the province, as well as we can help the crushers to build up additional plants around the proteins so that these products can be sold and we can increase more jobs for the province. So that's the overall goal, and if we can do it in Saskatchewan instead of shipping it all the way some other place and they take the benefit, that would be great. So that's what Food Center is positioned and working with the Ministry of Ag and all our stakeholders and trying to improve the overall maximization of this canola meal value.
And even further to that, Mehmet, like if we're able to crush our entire canola crop here, we're going to need the support to find all those products. The oil demand is driving a lot of this, but like you said, the research that is going into the meal into industrial and food applications is vital, because without that, the success of the canola industry and all this extra capacity that comes online wouldn't be there, right?
Yeah, a byproduct can often be looked at as discard or trash, but there's a true value behind the meal that comes out of the canola oil seed, and the more value we can add to that, the better it will be for the whole value chain. It really kind of blows my mind to think about the employment that can be connected just to canola itself at the end of the day and growing all the time, I think.
Exactly.
And
so,
also,
back to the, go ahead, Vishnu, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to that. Is like, previously, now we are increasing the crushing facility, so that means we will have a lot more canola meal within the province, right? So either we need to find a way how we can take the meal outside for the feed application, or we have to find other alternatives to it that, as Mehmet mentioned, like whether extracting protein and developing different value chains, right? So I think that's where we should focus in next 5 to 10 years to ensure that we have a within province solution for producing the oil, but at the same time utilization of all the other byproducts that is coming out from the process.
Mehmet, can you expand a little bit more on the feed piece of it? So what does that mean to consumers? So you take the oil out of that little black seed and you have this smashed up meal at the end. Where does that go, and what does that? It moves into the animal sector. It moves into industrial purposes. What specifically? Where does that meal go?
Right now, most of the meal is going to dairy cattle or beef cattle or swine or different type of animal feed, which is again a great product. But right now, when we are looking at the prices, most recently, yesterday I was checking the prices before I came. The ton price about $550 per ton. which is a great product, but it's a canola meal, and we sell it 36-37% protein. It goes $5 to $550. Now, if we can take that protein, increase the protein value up to 60 to 70%, then we may be in a position to sell that protein concentrate to pet food market, which is asking a lot of vegetable protein, and which is asking a lot of plant-based sustainable protein at $2,000, $1,800, maybe $2,200. So that can go to North American market instead of shipping overseas, which we can process here. Or it can be aquaculture feed. Now, when we look at the aquaculture feed globally, the aquaculture, there's a huge growth. There are fish products coming out like tilapias and different fish species. They are growing in around 90 to 100 days. So they need more feed. So to supply that feed, the fish meal around the world is basically depleting, and it's very difficult on the oceans. It's very difficult in the aquaculture. So canola meal, or the protein portion, can be a fairly safe and a clean protein that can be utilized in aquaculture. Then we can tap into those markets. So that's why if we can increase the value, and in the meantime, Vishnu's program and all those industrial applications, we can take the fibers to be used in composites or packaging, different type of products. This will give us the complete utilization of the crop in the province. So that's the overall goal, that we can take the meal up to concentrates or further to isolates.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point to make that a strong percentage of the profit made from canola circles right back into the research community to keep the cycle going. Bo, can we talk more about the canola crush capacity? So in my farming career, it has grown exponentially, and it's almost a bit shocking at hearing all of the canola crush capacity announcements that we've had over the past year and a half. Explain to us how we are going to manage that kind of growth, and what does Saskatchewan need to do to prepare for the canola boom that will happen if and when all of those announcements come to fruition?
Yeah, sure. So I don't think there's much we need to do to change the way our industry works to really support all this additional crush. We have the inland infrastructure to handle this entire crop anyways. We're obviously going to be crushing more product locally, but at the end of the day, there's still demand for all of this product. All of this additional crush capacity that's coming online is trying to be bought by end users today. So the demand for the oil products is good. The the supply to support the additional crush is solid. We have a bunch of very competent producers here producing some very good, strong, yielding canola for us. So I think it's setting up to be a great success story. And ultimately, I think it's setting us up to get our products into the most valuable markets. Today, we have a very established export channel for seed. We have a very established export channel for our oil and meal products through our 10 million ton crush. But having this extra crush capacity is going to allow us to really capitalize and get our canola into the markets that really want it the most. If destination markets want canola seed, we're still going to have the means to export that canola through our traditional channels. If North America wants all the oil we can crush and give them, we're going to be set up to do that as well. We can crush pretty much our entire canola crop when all of these facilities are built. And if destination markets want the oil instead of the seed, we're going to be able to satisfy more of that demand via oil exports as well. So I think ultimately this expansion in canola crush is setting us up to really just drive the most value for Canadian canola. As far as what can be done ahead of this, specifically in Saskatchewan, I think all we can really try to do is grow as much canola as possible. It's kind of a silly thing to say because we try to do that every year. But I think given the demand that we see in front of us today, there's going to be a very big hole that needs to be filled. I think the market is going to do its job to show the value to the producer to try to yield as much as possible. So if there's an extra 1, 2, 3, 4 bushel an acre that can be produced somehow off of this seeded acreage base of 21 or 22 million, we're going to need it. Now, with inputs as high as they are, it's easier said than done, but I feel like the demand is strong enough to still make the dollars and cents of everything balance and show the value and show all the producers throughout North America that this canola is needed. And I think it's the market's job to make it profitable enough to get that extra little bit of yield off of the seeded acres.
I guess from the farmer's lens, one of the holdbacks for growing more canola, because I like your enthusiasm, we want to grow more canola. For us on our farm, it's part of a rotation. And agronomically, it makes sense for us to have an oil seed as part of our rotation, a pulse crop or two as part of our rotation, and some cereal crops as part of our rotation. So I get a lot of questions from consumers, why wouldn't you just grow canola on your whole farm? If that one's going to be the most profitable, then it makes more sense for you to grow canola on your whole farm. And it's a story for us that we have to share, that at some point we can't do that. Agronomically, the soil requires us to grow other crops in a rotation. So Bishnu, from the university's perspective, like, we would grow more if we could. So it would take a lot of research going into new canola varieties that would allow us to fight the disease pressure. I know clubroot isn't as much a problem here in Saskatchewan as it has been in Alberta, but maybe that's just a timing issue. It may be on its way to us. And there's various other agronomic reasons to not grow canola on canola every year. Is that something that the university is working on, or is that something that is left to the seed companies to deliver?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And also, since I'm more on the engineering side and less on the plant side, but the one thing that I can make a comment is, like, going back to the rotation, I think, there was, the decision was made based on the soil health, and to make sure that by maintaining certain rotation, you keep the soil health going, so that year by year you maintain the similar kind of production. Again, regarding the work that is being done, I'm sure there's more work being done on maybe coming up with more cultivars which are more pest resistance, and more maybe focusing on more drought resistance and those kind of things, right? So I'm sure in the College of Ag in the University of Saskatchewan, more of this work is being done, and also from the industry point of view, I think they're also spending more, could be spending more resource on this one too.
If I can add to Bishnu, in addition to university, there's been quite a bit of effort at AFC and NRC with all these different organizations around the province, including Alberta and Manitoba and different provinces. There is this whole concentrated effort on canola. There is the canola cluster activity that the project is supporting some of the breeding and the management practices every 5 years. So there's been a lot of work going on. The importance of the rotation, cereals and the pulses and the oil seeds. But most importantly, it's very important for us to keep it profitable, and then we can make it workable for the farmers so that they can keep it in the rotation. They wouldn't go to other alternatives, and this is basically going to be driven by the market too. Right now, with what's happening, we are trying to solve all the problems with this whole great extension effort, but at the same time, the world needs more of Canada. So there's quite a bit of product needed from Saskatchewan to go, whether it's a value-added product as an oil or meal or protein, or as a seed elsewhere, because everybody's looking for that. That'll be really important to think about.
And if everybody is looking for it, and it has to be exported, I'm wondering, Bo, from Viterra's perspective, how confident are you in the transportation system that we have and the infrastructure that's built now, that we can deliver on that global demand? And I bring that up because I think it's part of the broader question about Canada's reliability as an exporter. And the world is watching Canada, but unfortunately, on the list of who is reliable on trade, Canada has dropped from top 10 to number 32. And nobody's really talking about the fact that even though we have what the world wants, we have what they want to buy, we're considered unreliable. And that's because they see the blockades, they see the labor strikes, they see the lack of infrastructure, they see the bottlenecks at the Port of Vancouver. There's lots of reasons for buyers of our products to want to find at least a backup plan somewhere else because we're not, even though we're doing all of this good work and we can deliver we have the product in hand, we're not reliably shipping it and meeting those needs. So does that keep you up at night, Bo, from Viterra's perspective, and what should we be doing to make that system better?
Yeah, it's difficult because it's something that's largely out of our control, right? There's a lot of things at play. Mother Nature, like you said, labor strikes, a lot of things that happen and will continue to happen regardless of the infrastructure that's in place. So when that's at play, it's difficult, but for sure there's going to need to be some infrastructure upgrades to handle all of the additional crush capacity coming online. As far as like track capacity and that kind of stuff, I think there's likely going to be less seed leaving inland to export positions. So if we have to transfer some canola seed exports to meal or something like that, it might balance itself out a little bit. But on the other hand, I don't know if there's the capacity to handle all of those specific products. The system is built to handle canola seed, not necessarily canola meal. So there may be, or oil for that matter. So there may need to be some infrastructure upgrades there. And there's just going to be more flow, right? Like with another 7 million tons of canola crushed, there's likely going to be some more road traffic or rail traffic moving from point A to point B inland. So it may just be a little more of shuffling labor and tweaking our current infrastructure as opposed to completely revamping. But for sure, it's always at the root of the success of our business and will continue to be. So it's of the utmost importance.
So in terms of when we have the attention of government, and we do, canola has their attention. Canola certainly has the government of Saskatchewan's attention. It certainly has the federal government's attention. Mehmet, you had mentioned Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. NRC is the National Research Council. So there's a lot of government bodies that are involved in agriculture and specifically in canola. But oftentimes that doesn't just mean funding, that also means regulations. So are there regulations imposed in each one of your areas that you would consider to be barriers to the growth of canola? And essentially, if you had a lobby day for the decision makers, what would you ask of them that would make good changes to the industry that would help us propel the growth?
One thing to mention there is, if I can say, I don't see it as a huge barrier, but in general, we have to explain ourselves and talk about the overall impact of the agriculture, the rotation and the sustainability practices, everything much better to the federal level. I don't know they're understanding the overall complexity and the overall details of this whole, what is agriculture, what are we doing to feeding the world, and this whole practice. And with the rotational benefits and bringing all these crops together and the complete utilization of the land, it's at the federal level we have to really be pushing it more and more to let them understand, to help them understand the overall impact. It is quite important because to me this is a very sustainable effort, and then it's a complete sustainable growing cycle. We have to explain that at the federal level because in general agriculture worldwide it's not well received because of this whole carbon questions and all the carbon sequestration. That's the main, not the barrier, the misunderstanding at the government levels that we are having hard time and to communicating that. So that's one area I think we have to keep working, and our leaders, the government leaders, agriculture leaders, they keep talking and explaining. This has to be more and more trained and educated at those federal circles.
I like your point about the environmental piece of that.
Yeah, so we talk about the history of canola and how the researchers and all the stakeholders came together to develop this canola industry in so rapid way in the last 50 years. So I think we need the similar kind of approach in this canola industry going forward. So as Mehmet said, I also don't see this as a barrier, but it's like something like we need to have a proper communication between the industries, government stakeholders, research centers, universities, to come up together and see this whole industry in a more value chain approach. And we see oil, as a one value meal. Certain percent could go for cattle feed, but then the remaining could also be used for a number of different applications. So how do we create that value chain, and how do we get that discussion going between the different stakeholders? I think that would be the key.
Bo, are there any regulations that are barriers to the growth?
No, nothing too much. The biggest barrier we kind of touched on earlier is transportation. A lot of it and so much of it is out of our control. It's kind of tough to really lobby to make any changes there, but obviously there's improvements that can be made. But in my day-to-day, if there's something limiting our ability to provide more value to the Canadian canola industry, it would just be with lack of movement. And I don't know that that's at the fault of the infrastructure we have or anything. I think it's just the way it is. I'm sure there's things we can do to improve it, but it'll probably always be the root of most of our issues.
And folks in the audience, there are some microphones in between the rows, so you're welcome. If you have any questions for the gentleman on stage, you're welcome to step up and ask those. I don't think we could have a conversation about canola and not talk about how consumers feel about canola. It's genetically modified. It's probably the best success story that we have in Saskatchewan and the utilization of a genetically modified product. Where do you think we are in terms of consumer acceptance for GMOs, and do our consumers understand that canola oil, if I ask any consumer about canola oil in Saskatchewan, they understand it's heart healthy, they're buying it, there's no opposition. I'm not sure that they're making the connection between it being genetically modified or not. From the food center's perspective, are we past that hill where people are undyingly against GMOs, or are we still battling the science?
On the oil side, we passed that, because in general, the oil consumption is not driven so much by whether the crop is GMO or not. Canola oil is a prime oil, where companies are finding a hard time finding canola oil. So it's basically one of the most important products for snacks or bakery or so many applications. It's a needed product, it's a desired product. Consumers like it. It has also, as I mentioned, it has that heart healthy claim. So it has all the benefits. The GMO portion can be a problem in the long term for the protein side, because the GMO discussion is more, and then the analysis component and the identification, those type of things are more important on the protein, because those type of attributes are associated more on the protein side. On the oil side, it's completely a clean label and a completely great product to use, and we passed that barrier maybe 10-15 years ago. But when we look at that on the protein side, that's one area that we have to work on and to build and to explain that. In the US, they've done it with soybean, and soybean protein is well accepted. Canola protein is as good or better than that. If we can make it and then make it work, if we can produce it at a cost-effective way and make it available, there will be so many end users going after canola protein and other products to be derived from the meal.
I think it'll be interesting to watch, and certainly a conversation that I want to continue to have. I'm a strong advocate of genetic modification in science as one of the tools that we need to create better seeds. As a chickpea grower, one of our markets was the pet food market, especially in the US. It's a $2 billion market. People love to spend a lot of money on their dogs. We eat hummus and they want the chickpeas in their dog food. So it was an incredible market for us and high in protein. And they could still use that non-GMO label with the use of chickpeas in their market. And so I'm wondering what kind of attention there might be on canola meal in the aquaculture, like you mentioned, in the livestock and pet foods. I think it's an incredible value, and the protein content that will come out of that canola meal would be valuable to all of those markets. I just hope that that label won't be a barrier.
Acceptance. We hope that the acceptance will be there, and if we can make these products in a clean label way, as an acceptable way, and then if they can be cost effective, I think it will find the market value. But again, time will tell. First, we have to work on these products and then valorize, and then when the companies, they commercialize these products, then we'll see how it fits in there.
Thank you. Go ahead. Question from the audience. Is the microphone on for her? Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, first of all, thank you for this interesting.
Just one sec. Can we get her microphone turned up? Awesome. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for this interesting content. From the first day I came to Canada, I was really curious what's going on here, how Canada can be the most producer of the canola in the world and the first exporter, but why I have to see the canola oil in the Middle East and other part of the world, but it's not produced in Canada. I understand there's a lot of problem in the supply chain, but when this supply chain can handle the raw seeds, how we can see the canola oil?
I think something about supply chain on the availability.
Do you mind coming closer? All of the speakers are facing that way, and it's an interesting question, so I want to make sure that we hear it. Will you use this microphone for me?
Thank you very much. This is important question for me, and from the first day, I'm curious because I have a 12 years experience in agribusiness, and also I'm agriculture engineer, and I have some information and experience in logistics. I come from Middle East, and it was really, really weird for me. How can I see the canola oil that came from the Canada farms? It's in the Middle East. I can see in the Emirates, in other country, but it doesn't made in Canada.
Doesn't say made in Canada.
No, because this canola seeds going to another country and processed there, and the value is going to their pocket. And it was so weird for me, and I know there is lots of problem in supply chain, but I'm curious, when the seed can go to the port and going to third country, why the oil can't go?
Yeah, so the Canadian supply chain is built around handling bulk grains. There is a little bit of oil export capacity, but primarily our supply chain is built around the movement of bulk grains. Like I had mentioned a few times, we'll produce 19 million tons of canola, export half of it, crush the other half. That's physically all we can crush today. So that other 7, 8, 9 million metric tons of canola seed does make its way, with sometimes upwards of 1 million tons working its way into the UAE. And I don't think it's labeled as Canadian canola seed because they make labels generically to allow the bottlers to buy oil and source oil from any destination. But yeah, if we could get that made in Canada label in other countries, that would be a great thing for the industry.
It's such a good point that you make, and it's not limited to canola, unfortunately. I think the whole system has been built around bulk exports. So we can grow a lot, and then we export that commodity, and it comes back to us in a value-added way. And I would use pasta as an example. We don't have a single pasta plant here in Saskatchewan, but we grow high-quality durum, and the Italians take all the credit for the pasta, right? So
there's lots of opportunity.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, and thank you for the gentle or not so gentle reminder that we are not utilizing our full expertise. Oh, good, Chandra, go ahead. Let's see if we can hear you. If we can't hear you, I'll get you to use this one.
As you know, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So as you know, I'm very interested in the value-added component of canola protein, canola meal. When canola is crushed conventionally, is the protein not denatured in the canola meal? Mehmet?
It is denatured, but as much as it is denatured, there is still a lot of benefit in there. So the way that these processes can be organized and the way that that meal can be put in further downstream processing, we have a way to isolate that protein in different ways. That's the whole new crushers and the new investments and everything based on how they like to design, how they like to do. But there are certain areas we can start with a regular, just a standard canola meal. But if there are certain areas that is going to require high-level products, then that may require certain pre-treatments or other type of activities. All those processes are available. It's a matter of decision for these companies and these new investments Food Center is basically preparing itself with all that canola meal coming to the market so that we can help the industry. Based on the raw material coming from these crushers and the streams, we'll be in a position to divert them.
Thank you so much for the audience participation. Did you have a follow-up? Sure. Okay. Thanks so much for the audience participation and the questions. Bishnu will have a little table set up over here, so please come by and check out some of those byproducts, we still call them, and of adding some value to it. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon, and thank you to the three of you for sharing us this incredible success story that is canola. That I think the sky is the limit when it comes to the growth of the canola industry, and we hope we can meet the capacity and the growth. So thank you both for all of you for being here, and thanks for showing up.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks, both. Good job, Emmett. Thanks, Vishnu. Appreciate it. Thanks. Up next, we have another panel. It's titled The Landscape of Investment in Agtech, and that starts at 2 o'clock. So we'll just take a couple minutes. Just as a reminder, there is a beverage cart over here. So if you want to grab yourself a quick ice cold beer and come and have a seat, that's open for you, and bathrooms are just around the corner. So we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
First flight of the aircraft Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Up next, we have a panel titled The Landscape of Investment in Agtech panel. I'm going to be handing the mic over to Kyle Scott, who is Managing Director at Connexus Venture Capital. Kyle is responsible for the firm's investment strategy and managing both funds, a 2019 Vintage General Tech Fund and Emertech, a $60 million ag-tech-focused fund. And I think he also sells Girl Guide cookies, so all of those things are super important. Kyle, I'll welcome you to the stage. Please welcome Kyle Scott. He's going to introduce and moderate this panel.
There you go. Do you need a clicker? No, I don't think so. We don't have any slides. So. Oh, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming today. I'm going to awkwardly walk across the stage while I say hi. Very, very excited to be with you here today. We have three outstanding investors who We're excited to hear their insights and get their views on the market right now. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Scott with Fall Line Capital. He's one of the partners and founders. It's one of the top ag investment funds in the world, headquartered down in California. He's a longtime investor in farmland and technology, and he's also a farmer himself in Manitoba. So Scott, welcome.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Jay Bradshaw, partner at Ag Capital Canada, a leading Agtech fund in Canada based out in Ontario. Jay is one of our friends who we refer to as a frenemy. We operate in the same area investing in Canadian startups, but we're friends in the ecosystem and look forward to building it together. And finally, we have Lori Dimitrition from PIC Group in Saskatoon. Lori's one of the leading Agtech investors in the Canadian prairies and a dear friend of ours on a few different investments that we've made out of Emertech to date. So welcome to the panelists. Please give them a round of applause. All right, so first, Scott, you've been investing in Agtech for a long time. Can you share with us what you're seeing in the North American Agtech investment community now, how it's similar, different, and how you've seen it evolve over time?
Yes, thank you. I want to maybe lower some expectations here because I am an agronomist with a farmland investment company, and we do some ag tech as well. So I have members of the team that are really the ag tech experts, and I get to play the role of farmer and diligence and discovery with the companies, but they have more understanding of the language and background. So as a company, we were created 10 years ago. So this question of going back 10 years is kind of appropriate for our history as well. And at the time, we were only focused on farmland investment in the United States with a focus on soil conservation. Ag tech wasn't even really a thing. And we were actually the very first day of the very first time I was in California, we went and visited these friends in a strip mall in Sunnyvale, and that was Blue River Technologies. And, this was the culture of ag tech at that time. Really small startups, relatively unknown. We were friends with the guys at Solom that became Climate, and of course that was kind of the watershed moment for a lot of ag tech investing and attention. So over the 10 years, we've become much more focused on ag tech investing as well as farmland investment. And we now have this ecosystem of literally dozens, if not hundreds, of ag tech investment firms that didn't exist 10 years ago. And we're somewhat a fraternity now. We know each other, we know the strengths and abilities of many of these firms. So you have this culture now that has this incredible support for new innovation in agriculture that didn't exist 10 years ago. Specifically today, we are investing and focusing on what I call designer proteins. We're invested in a company that's making RNA pesticides, brand new investment in a company in Europe that's making peptides that facilitate or focus on the expression of genes. We have a CRISPR focus as well. So we have these designer proteins that didn't even exist as an opportunity 10 years ago. We have investment in a robotics company that seems to be now, that industry is focusing on hybrid away from autonomy. And we're making an investment in the near future in a carbon capturing and permanent storage system as opposed to sequestering. So those three focuses weren't even there 10 years ago. And that's exciting for all of us, I think.
It is, and just to see the amount of change as you articulated is out in the market, it's incredible.
Yeah, I come home to the farm in Deloraine, Manitoba to kind of unwind from all this, trying to even understand the technology, but it's amazing how relevant and useful it is to still have that farmer connection and farmer attitude when you're looking at stuff that is so complex and profound. You still need to know how that's going to be used on the farm, and we find that useful.
So true, so true. It's one of the things we always work with our founders to make sure that they are communicating with growers and farmers and the people who are actually using the technology and growing our food. Otherwise, it's hard to build products for them that are any use. So thank you. Thanks, Scott. Jay, I want to go to you next. You've been in the agriculture industry for a while with some of the best, biggest institutions that everyone here would certainly know. And now you're investing in startups. So I would love if maybe you could talk a little bit about your time with the likes of Syngenta and those sorts of things. And when you think about young startups, how those companies can begin to work with some of the super major players, and how the super major players can be an important player in the ecosystem on that front in innovation.
Okay, thanks, Carl. A really good question, because I know a lot of ag tech startups, there's a big appetite and attraction to how can I work with the big players, right? Because that's what everyone wants to do. But I'll just share my experience in the agricultural sector for 30 plus years was seeds, traits, biotechnology, and crop protection. But most of those big global industry players, so the Syngentas, the Bayers, the BASFs, et cetera, Cortevas, they all have their own venture capital arms. They are at arm's length per se to the core parent company. They operate autonomously, but they all have a VC arm. And the rationale for that, when I was on the inside of the organization, was that every global company of the scale and magnitude that you described, Kyle, they all have a global strategy, they have a business strategy globally, they have a regional strategy, and they have a local country strategy, and hopefully all those things align. But the idea and auspice behind a separate, I'll say at arm's length VC, was that through a VC route, you could bring in and invest in other companies like ag tech companies or acquire companies that would complement and accentuate or catalyze the strategies of the big company, whether it's at a country level, region, or global level. So that's really why those VCs were formed. I will say for my startup ag tech colleagues in the crowd, it's probably not the place to start. One of those big, large companies, they say they might be involved in early stage, but my experience, I can't name any. So I'm not being critical of my former employer. They're more later stage. I say it's Series A and later. But the reason I wanted to tell you that dynamic is probably the answer, I think, Kyle, on how small ag tech startups can get involved. So if you take what I alluded to about the global, regional, or country level strategy and why a company like Syngenta, Bayer, BASF has a venture capital arm, that's where our local ag tech companies can get involved. So I'd say for a startup ag tech company, absolutely the most important. I'm a pretty pragmatic guy because people like Scott, it's all about the farmer. So I'm a pragmatic guy. So whatever you're working on in your startup, whether it's a product, a concept, whatever that is, make sure it's ground-proofed, it's trialed with farmers. You go through all the protocols and the iterations, make sure it's ground-proof and continue down that path. Because what you're going to do by doing that is you're going to create some interest and knowledge for these larger companies that like there could be something happening. The second important part, first, make sure your product works, I guess is all I'm really trying to say. Secondly, to the best of your ability with your network or Google, whatever means you have, try and figure out what you think is the strategy of those major players that Kyle outlined, whether it's a Syngenta, Bayer, or BASF. Because just like they're looking to their VC operation to bring in something that can catalyze or fit a gap in their strategy, they'll be looking at the same thing for you. So it's up to you as an ag tech startup to try and figure out their strategy, and mentors like myself can certainly help you with that. But if you can figure out their strategy and whatever product that you already have ground-proofed, then you make the connection and say, I think I have something that will either fit a gap in your strategy, catalyze it, or actually take you into a different space. So I wanted to go through what the global companies, how they think, but if you just flip that upside down, if you have an interest in engaging with the major players, that's what I exactly do. But I wouldn't chase that early in your journey of developing a startup company. Make sure it's ground-proof. Make sure there's a tangible return on investment to farmers. And then after that, try and figure out the strategy of the larger companies.
I have to say that, so thank you, Jay. Jay and I have invested in a couple of companies together, and the perspective he's able to bring, having worked with some of those organizations and led some of them before, is it's second to none when you're working with those organizations. And the value, I guess I would just say thank you for joining us on the startup and early stage investing to be able to bring some of that insight and be able to share that with some of the companies. So, Lori, I'd like to go to you next. You're one of the most active, most sophisticated ag investors on the Canadian prairies. If you could help articulate for us what are some of the challenges and what are some of the opportunities for companies that are born and raised out here in Western Canada?
So basically,
first, I just want to thank you, Kyle, for inviting me on this panel, but I'm with these very two smart ag experts, and I always tell people I know enough to be dangerous in this space. So you do have to kind of take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But in terms of the challenges and opportunities, probably I'll start with the challenges, and I think Jay just brought that up in terms of the ground truthing and the importance of ground truthing. But what we've seen in ag tech is that you have such a short window, right? You have sort of, you know, the crop window, especially on the crop side, where you have to get it right. And I think that's been a real challenge for a lot of different companies because you're almost time compressed in terms of your R&D and trying to convince the customer to use your product. So I think that would be a big challenge, just making sure that you're timing things correctly, that you're ready, you know, you've got your product out in the field and you're getting that feedback, and then you're starting that sales cycle right away too. So I think we've seen a bit of a struggle with respect to that. I think the second challenge would be in the area of data, and again, I'm new to this with respect to sort of ag tech, but you know, it's again, how do we get the data that the companies need? And we've got researchers at the university, we've got researchers in the federal and provincial government that are doing some great things, but how do we make sure we're collaborating so that our companies have access to that data? So I would have to say that's my two challenges. With respect to opportunities, I would have to say we're in the best location that we possibly can be, and we've seen that through COVID, we've seen that with respect to the war in Ukraine. We have something that the rest of the world wants. So again, I think we always have to be, you know, very, what's the word? We have to praise our farmers more because our farmers are big business. They're doing lots of incredible things. They're making tough decisions and they're relying on weather. So I think sometimes we don't give enough credit in that regard. And then in terms of the infrastructure, I'd have to say that's the second opportunity that we have. We have a great infrastructure here. We have organizations, we have all the commodity associations, we have a university which is doing leading world-class research. We have the food center on the value-added end. We've got a lot of really good things going for us. So I think we just have to learn how to maybe work together a little bit better sometimes.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think it's a perfect segue into our next topic, which it's impossible to be hosting an investor panel right now and not bring up some of the macro challenges that Lori was just articulating. Everyone here, I'm sure, is aware of what's going on in the equity markets. There's out of control inflation, interest rates are rising, all of those sorts of things. And so while we have the investors up on stage here, would love just to get your perspective on what that means for agriculture and for ag tech, as well as from your vantage point. And Jay, I'd love to start with you.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're in a challenging environment. Everyone knows that, whether it's your personal household, you're an investor like we are, or you're a recipient of those investments. Everyone's under a little trepidation right now, and it's probably going to get a little more acute, to be really honest. If we have another interest rate hike here in July, that just accentuates what you're talking about, doesn't it, Kyle? For ag, I mean, as far as, you know, from an asset level, any asset with long-term cash flow reliance on that doesn't do very well in high inflationary times. And that's just intuitive, right? Because you just don't have the purchasing power you used to. So if you're a startup or an ag tech, whatever, you're in the seed stage or early Series A or whatever have you, cash is king, but it's not going to be as worth as much as you think it is today. So you have to be very cautious about it. One thing I pay a lot of attention to, maybe not so much in early startups, but later phase startups, is working capital. The working capital that you have today on your income statement or balance sheet, whatever size you are, is absolutely critical to monitor and manage that, because with the parameters that Kyle outlined with interest rates and inflation, working capital is going to get its squeezed. So there's a lot of things going on right now, but I'm a pretty pragmatic, easygoing guy, and I go, hey, what you're talking about with your spouse and children and what's going on in the economy is absolutely no different than we were alluding to as an investor, and you should be discussing those things if you're trying to get investment. We'll see our way through this, but I do sense, and I've seen it tangibly from the investor side in, a little bit more of a pullback right now. a little more caution. The valuations are coming down a little bit. The terms on a term sheet are a little bit tighter. The investors have, I have to make a decision between these 3 or 4 companies to invest in. It makes their decision easier, to be honest, because they're pulling back a little bit. And everyone's going to feel that. Everyone's going to sense that. I just think those that they're planning ahead, you work through the storm. If you're on a family and friends budget in your Agtech startup or your early seed phase, make that money work as hard as you possibly can and delay a Series A if you possibly can, because right now in the next, even 6 or 8 months, Kyle, would not be a great time to be competing with others under this environment for a Series A. So some of my comments.
Well said. Well said. Lori?
I think the other thing, I agree with everything Jay said, but the other thing too is just supply chain issues, and I think the importance of planning is absolutely critical right now, and you're seeing some suppliers, they're asking for the entire amount up front, and so that's a situation we haven't seen before. Lots of delays, so again, I think it's critical that we keep in constant communication, not just with our customers, but also with our suppliers. I think we're in a different environment and we have to be aware of that. With respect to valuations, we are seeing that softening, but what I would say is maybe that's a good thing. And I know a lot of people won't be happy with that, but I think it's time that we kind of go back to basics a little bit because we were pretty frothy. But I think really having that focus on revenues and sort of reducing your expenses, I think, is absolutely critical right now too. So it's like anything else, right? We have cycles. We're kind of going into a rougher time right now, and those companies that actually do have cash are in a better position. But again, I think we really have to focus on the opportunities with respect to sort of non-dilutive funding, like any grants you possibly can get. Right now is the time to make sure you have your grant strategy sort of ready to go.
Awesome. Thanks, Lori.
You're welcome.
Scott, any final thoughts on this one?
As a farmer, I'm just shocked at the inflation we're dealing with right now. I think we got the anhydrous bill yesterday, and there's too many zeros on it. However, when you look at that in the context of agriculture, all of us are going through this same inflation pressure in food production around the world. And so we're low-cost producers for the most part. We stand to, weather this storm may be a little better than others, and Agtech that improves those efficiencies, continues to drive those lower cost of production, is going to have even more significant value now than it was a year ago. And we got to keep things in perspective because we're all going through this together. From a VC firm investing in Agtech, we're about to close a new fund on Agtech in 2 weeks' time, and it started off very enthusiastically. We're going to reach our goal, but this last few months has been a lot of work by our team that's been doing, the fundraising. And we are changing some of our philosophy as well. We're not going to be keen on paying for infrastructure development. We're going to be putting more value on ARR and revenue at this point, whereas a few months ago that would have been less significant. So this is a change on how we're going to approach our investing as well. But we know we're all going through this together, and we have a chance here to actually maybe become more distinguished in the world of food production than even before.
I think that makes a lot of sense. One of the things that was sort of a theme across all three of the answers was I feel like even at the early stage now for us, we see a lot more conversation around balance sheets, not as much as just around revenue and let's run up the OpEx. Those balance sheets play a much bigger role in these kind of times right now. We're certainly seeing those conversations coming around.
One of the unique things about having a farmland fund as well is many of our investors were looking at farmland as a hedge against inflation. They have huge valuations on investments that could go to zero tomorrow, and they need something tangible that will always have value. So we have these two perspectives on farmland as a hedge against inflation, and then how do you manage technology in an inflation world? And we're going to be managing these funds separately, but it is a completely different mindset in the investors in both groups.
Yes, Lori.
Just a quick thing, and actually just kind of thinking about that, what I've sort of seen too with respect to this environment is I think us investors will be smarter too, in that it's going to force us to work together more. Because I think we've always kind of, done our own thing, but I think now we realize, okay, a little bit more risky, we're better off collectively as a group. So I think that's maybe a bonus right now, kind of going into this next environment too.
Yep. So a few more frenemies kicking around.
Yeah,
That's kind of the way
exactly.
it's working out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so enough doom and gloom on all the macro headwinds that are coming.
that gloomy.
So what I'd love to hear from you now is where you're spending most of your time looking for transactions or looking for opportunities to deploy capital, and some of the areas that you're most excited about. And Lori, I'd love to go to you first.
There's a couple different things, like obviously sort of, we partnered with you guys kind of in the AI machine learning end of things. I think that's definitely something, companies like Yuko Agro that we've collectively gone in on. I think we're really excited by those opportunities. We're also excited on the value added end. So there's not a lot of sort of investors in that food space, but we've just recently made an investment in 3 farmers, and so we kind of look at pulses as a massive opportunity area for us. So anything we can do to get that food product that's healthy, good for the environment, into the hands of consumers, I think that's an area that we're quite excited about. There's a lot of activity happening, and again, I know enough to be dangerous in this area, but the whole fermentation area. The food center in Saskatoon is just kind of working on a project in that area. So I think there's going to be lots of interesting things coming out of that too as well. I think those are the things that kind of get us excited. Again, we love Saskatchewan. We'll do anything that sort of impacts Saskatchewan in that regard.
Right on. Go to Scott next.
I had 23 years with Manitoba Agriculture, and I always think I'm a spy trying to bring technology and investment back to Manitoba. Even when I'm in Saskatchewan, I'm trying to steal stuff. I think, to explain our company a little bit, like I said, we were focused on farmland, and the Agtech were kind of, because we were based in Silicon Valley, we got invited into opportunities. We're a private equity firm. We were under the radar. We weren't really advertising. We didn't have a website that promoted this. And fortunately, we were involved in some really great deals. We were an early investor in Granular. We led the B round for Greenlight Bio, investors in Planet and Impossible Foods, Ripple, and so on. And now that we're focusing on Agtech as well, more in the public sense, we're actually seeing 2 to 3 opportunities a day. We will review 600 companies this year. That's how much Agtech activity is happening. I had a call from Serbia the other day, and then Dubai, Finland, Turkey, Iceland. These are all really interesting ideas. They're hard for us to manage when they're that distant, but the world of Agtech is just exploding, and so we are having to prioritize and figure out what we're going to focus on. And we like early stage. We initially were focused on technologies that impacted our experiences as broadacre farmers. We weren't involved in orchards or that sort of thing. Now we are branching out into that side of things. We're an investor in a company that's making a vaccine for swine from corn, which is really exciting. And it's our first foray into animal tech, which we think has a lot of opportunity as well. But looking at maybe some core areas, these designer proteins continue to be, really an incredible opportunity for fermentation as well. I've used the analogy with some of these designer proteins that when you're creating an RNA pesticide, it's like creating a weapon from ice that then melts to water afterwards and has no impact on anything else or no impact on the environment. And I see within a generation, a lot of our pesticides being incredibly effective and incredibly inert on the environment. It'll be a whole different marketing opportunity, and I really see that being a potential. And then, as I mentioned, our last investment, which may happen today or tomorrow officially, will be our first investment in this new carbon economy. And There's a lot of intangibles there. We're well aware of that. I found the contract where I sold my carbon credit to the Saskatchewan Soil Conservation Association 20 years ago for $1.85 an acre. I have that contract, 18-page contract. So history is repeating itself now. But obviously, there is a lot of resources and opportunity there. As long as we can define the rules and show the results, you want to be involved in that technology, and we also want to be involved on the farmland side. So.
Right on. Thanks, Scott. Jay, over to you. Areas that get you really excited to be deploying capital in.
Yeah, Ag Capital Canada, we're kind of a different beast, I'd say. We're a small fund. We're only a $26 million fund. We closed our fund in March of 2020 during the pandemic. Maybe after next week or last, we've announced 6 investments, so it's pretty diverse. It's aquaculture out on the west coast in BC, aquaculture infrastructure, aeration, sustainable way of producing salmon in the ocean, doing very well. It's going to Scotland and Chile, so that's a fun investment. Move closer to where I live in Guelph, Ontario, P&P Optica. It's high-speed meat optical sensors that monitor the quality of meat and detect any foreign matter in poultry and beef processing. So that's going extremely well. One down on the east coast, New Brunswick, is a Soma Detect, a very high technology in the dairy industry. So from sampling milk from each and every animal in a herd, and some of the herds under trial are 10,000 dairy cows. These are big herds. You can not only determine all the quality of the milk and fat, protein content, and so on. Their breakthrough, you could probably determine the pregnancy status of that dairy animal. So that's huge. So we have we're involved in UCO as well, and that's lots of fun. But because the nature of myself, my other 4 general partners, we've cumulatively got about 175 to 200 years of experience in Canada in the ag industry from all different touch points, distribution, commodity, my background, So once in a while, we like to act like entrepreneurs too. But because of the macroeconomic environment, Kyle, that you asked a question about earlier, we've got sight on some businesses where mom and pa and concepts say it's time to go. It's either pass it on to the next generation or exit the business. And they're core, good little ag businesses. Our GPs have a lot of knowledge and acumen. I know that's an anomaly in the ag tech world, but we've got our sights on a couple of those. And I think the economic situation has brought them to the forefront, but we're actually pretty excited about that. But on the higher ag tech, I think the sweet spot there, I like to call this a pull and a push. I mean, certainly the pull is from the farm gate, the consolidation of huge farms and all the costs, the risk mitigation involved. They've got to be extremely efficient on their farm. They need an ROI from every ag tech. Can't find as much labor as you want, so with the labor you have to be as efficient as you can be with the labor you have. All that is very conducive to a sweet spot on ag tech. And then to me, the push, if you look at all those major industry leaders that Kyle and I were chatting about, read all their annual reports, whether it's a machinery company, inputs company, fertilizer, whatever it is. They all have ESG goals and sustainability goals. They're in the public. They have milestones. They have to hit those. So as they supply the global and local agricultural industry with everything that they supply for inputs, there's this connotation of how is this going to be more sustainable or meet their ESG goals. There's a place there for ag tech to monitor that. And the ones that got all the power is the consumers and the households, right? They're voting with their wallets. Well, they're all into climate change. And all they know about agriculture is probably what they read in the social media. So there's an opportunity for all of us in ag there. But I call that another push. So how do you, utopia for me in the ag tech space is how do you accommodate the pull by the farmer for the reasons I mentioned, efficiency and effectiveness of the farm? How do you satisfy all the global inputs that have sustainability goals? And how do you, to the best of our ability, satisfy the consumer with everything that's going on in their mind, like carbon credits you alluded to, and climate change? Well, if you can find the intersection of all those things, I think that's the sweet spot for ag tech. I don't know if I can figure that out, to be honest, and because that's a lot of convergence for a lot of different stakeholders. I'm more comfortable, and that's where we'll start, is on the pull side at the farm gate. What kind of ag tech is going to help the farm be more efficient and more effective with an ROI that's tangible? And that's where we'll start. But I think sometime the ag tech can converge into the central focal point I'm trying to describe, and that'll be a complete home run for ag tech.
I think you just brought up one of the most important words that we always talk about in agriculture is the stakeholders. If you look out across this room, we have growers, we have government officials, we have young startups, we have investors, we have all of the, and everyone here is a consumer. So we have all of these groups. So what I'd love just to ask is any final remarks for any of those specific groups, or more broadly as a group, how you think Agtech is going to evolve, or some of the challenges that you're worried about, or some of the things that get you really excited. Just any final remarks for the group here. And Scott, I'd love to start with you.
Well, that's a broad question, I guess, and I think thinking of maybe giving some advice to startups in a way, you have this validation of what you're doing comes back to an ROI to the producer. For us, that's the most important thing. And you want to be driven and very focused as a startup to get things accomplished. But from our standpoint, some humility and flexibility will maybe get you further, because you're going to have to pivot in some of your focus at some point. There's very rare that a startup will do exactly what they say all the way through. So we need to have some indication from you as a great, innovative person to be flexible on what you're doing to get to those, get to that situation where it is providing more of a direct benefit to the producer. I think that's one thing. Maybe just, to be quick about that. Another thing I'll throw out for startups is these guys invested in UCO. We invested in UCO, but our UCO is in Israel and has developed gluten-safe wheat and peanut allergy-free peanuts. And there's a third UCO in Manitoba that's a chicken AI robotic system. So as startups, be really careful on how you name your little company, because you end up getting pretty confusing pretty fast if you haven't checked it out. And we have probably 3 of our startups that have done a poor job of renaming themselves, and we wish they would have checked it out beforehand. So I just throw that one out there too.
That is practical and specific advice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, take that one home.
Jay, I'd like to go to you next.
Yeah, the organizations and small startups like UCO and others that I coach and mentor and volunteer my time with builds off your point, Scott, here's my advice. You can only grow your company as fast as the farmer lets you. I say that every day to the guys, and they're rolling their eyes, their hearts, and I say it every day when I'm in front of those teams. You can only grow your business as fast as the farmer lets you. And that builds off your point, Scott. When you have, a prototype or protocol, you have to ground proof it according to the lens of the grower, your ultimate customer. And when you want to extrapolate on your product, your technology, or your portfolio, you want to build more value-added components, all that advice needs to come from the grower. And if you invite them into your world, we formalize grower advisory boards, and that's a good tactic. Check that when you need to do that. But you can do it informally too. But I'll just say it one more time because I'm already boring you, but you can only grow your business as fast as the grower lets you. And if you push too hard, and that's what Scott was saying, just using different words, if you push too hard and try and push something through a distribution channel, route to market, ultimately to the farmer, that doesn't meet his or her requirements for ROI, you're dead. And you only get one shot. So do it properly. The other tip is probably nothing we've talked about so far, Kyle, if I can. It's about good leadership. I'm a big proponent of leadership. And I coach my colleagues in the business I'm involved the same way, is that if you're an ag tech startup or startup of any nature in agriculture, whether you're an owner or co-owner, one of the first things you should do, you can do it in private, you need to write it down, and don't show anybody if you're not comfortable, but be very, very honest what your core strengths are as an individual. Because you think if you're a lone owner, manager, CEO, if you think you can do everything required, not only start up your company, but take it into success, you're wrong. You got to admit, be humble. What are my true core strengths? And of course, what's equally important to write that down. You don't have to show anybody, but just acknowledge it. What areas, I'll call them weaknesses because it's a direct contrast. What are my weaknesses? It takes a bold person to do that and acknowledge that. But there's your little roadmap on the people side of what you got to do to build your businesses. I know what my strengths are. I'm putting myself as an example. But by golly, I know what my weaknesses are. I've either got to hire that, or I've got to find mentors to help me there, or the advisors I choose to join my board to fill out those gaps. And I'll leave it with a joke, Kyle, because at Syngenta I had, 300 or 400 employees. People say, why'd you have so many employees, Jay? It said because I had so many weaknesses. I had to hire them all. So I'm just having a little bit of levity, but I truly believe that is one of the things that holds startups back, is the co-owners, founders, I'm just repeating myself, try to do everything and you can't. So early in the stage, acknowledge you can't. Be humble about it. Invite those that into your organization, your camp, your circles of network that can help you.
I love the idea of you can only grow as fast as the farmer will let you, and if you don't surround yourself with great people who have complementary skill sets, both those things refer to removing ceilings on how fast and how large you can grow. I love that. Lori, over to you for the final word.
Well, Jay just stole both of mine that I was going to talk about. So be close to your customer and basically know your weaknesses, and make sure to surround yourself with people that are better at certain things. But the other thing, I guess, that I will add off the top of my head is even, extend that to the investors that you end up taking on. With respect to the growth of your company, you want to make sure that you're not just wanting their money. You also have that ability as a startup to selectively pick those investors that can add value to your organization. So what I always say is we sort of, will be kind of interviewing startups, but they need to be interviewing us as well, and make sure that you are selecting that group that will be there when times are rough. And we've all been through it as investors. We've had lots of companies where, you're struggling to make payroll. What can you do? But where we've found success is when we have those entrepreneurs that are willing to say, hey, I need help. It's a tough question, but if you can keep that communication going with your investors, usually they'll be there to help you out.
Couldn't agree more. Some of our advice is always you need to find constructive partners, and you need to find helpful partners, and those should be criteria 1 and 2. And generally, whenever we're looking at a company or going through diligence, we provide a full list of every company we've ever invested in, regardless of outcome, tough time, good time, because they need to know us as well as we know them, and feel free to contact them and ask whatever you want. Like I don't need to facilitate, but you need to know who we are, because we're going to build a long relationship together. So I can't thank all three of you enough for taking the time and doing this, and please everyone give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks. Okay. So that worked out perfect.
Oh, I left my water.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you to everyone for joining us on that investors panel, a great group. Up next is the Agtech Accelerator Demo Day. Cultivator, Emertech, and Economic Development Regina have partnered together to accelerate the growth of Agtech through the Agtech Accelerator program. The inaugural cohort of 11 companies from Canada and 5 countries from the United Kingdom will pitch their innovations in the hopes of securing a deal with investors here in the audience. Please welcome Business Incubator Manager of Cultivator, Jordan McFarland. Jordan, welcome to the stage.
Test, 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 test. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the first ever Agtech Accelerator Demo Day taking place here at Canada's Farm Show. Really excited to be here. Let's give a little round of applause for the founders to get going. One thing I do want to note, we do have a couple VIP seats left, so if you are at the back and want to sneak in, don't be afraid to strap in. It's going to be a great show today. My name is Jordan McFarland, Incubator Manager here at Cultivator, powered by Connexus. Proud to be leading the Agtech Accelerator here. Before we get started, I just do want to acknowledge that the event today is taking place on Treaty 4 territory. It was exactly 1 year ago today, virtually, that we announced at Canada's Farm Show the launch of the Agtech Accelerator, a partnership between Emertech Venture Capital, Economic Development Regina, and Cultivator, powered by Connexus. And in just about a year to the day, we have now seen the culmination of that program, which we'll show you today with 16 great companies. Before you get to meet those companies, it is my pleasure to introduce and bring greetings on behalf of the province of Saskatchewan. Let's please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, David Marit.
I hope that, is this working? I think it is. Well, welcome everybody. I kind of butted in on today's program because I wanted to. So I graciously asked, and they said, yeah, we'll give you a couple of minutes. So I'm not going to take too long because I'm excited about hearing what's going on. But I just want to, bring greetings on behalf of Premier Scott Moe and the government of Saskatchewan and myself, and the importance of this event, not only this event, but this show. The Canada Farm Show and what it brings to this province and to the ag industry here is so important. And it's a new format, and it looks like it's a huge success again. And of course, I really want to also talk about the program, the Agtech Accelerator, and what it makes it so great, and how it is so important to us. And I do have a speech, and I'm going to get off it. I really want to take this opportunity to thank everybody that's involved in Agtech. I am so excited about it. Being a farmer all my life and obviously changing my farming practices like everybody in this room has done and continues to do. But the people that really should be thanked are the people that come up with these amazing ideas and how they bring it to a facilitator and someone like Agtech, and how they can work with these and the incubator and work with them, and then how they can go out and find the money to bring it to realization of what it is. I met with a company this morning that's been doing this, and they showed me something, I'm not going to get into it, that absolutely blew my mind on tracking and working with the land and everything. It's incredible what I see. So I wanted to come here on behalf of our government and myself, and obviously on behalf of the producers, the farmers and ranchers in this province, and say thank you. Thank you for those brilliant minds that are bringing this new Agtech technology to fruition that puts Saskatchewan on the map globally. I've met with countries, ambassadors and different countries here over the last couple days, going to be meeting with another country just shortly here, and that's why they're here. They like what we're doing in this province as far as growing food, sustainable, environmentally sustainable food, in the greatest manner and achieving high quality and in the best manner we can. So on behalf of every producer in this province, I want to say thank you to this industry. We there as government are there in a small role, but all we can help do is facilitate bringing this all together, and that's what we try to do. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the whole presentation of this program. So thanks everybody, have a great show.
Awesome. Thank you very much to Minister Marit. I think we're going to take the podium away so that the founders got optimal floor space here. Just a quick question to the audience. By a show of hands, how many people are here at Canada's Farm Show for the very first time? Do we have any first-timers in the crowd today? Awesome. So some new faces in here. Love to see that. What's going to happen here in a minute, everybody, is you are going to get introduced to 16 of the top ag tech companies from across Canada and the UK who will be pitching here 3-minute pitches each. There won't be any time for question and answer today, but there will be an opportunity this evening, and if you do make your way over to the bull riding, a great chance to connect with the founders there as well. We've got everything from animal monitoring to robots to manure management that's going to be coming on the stage today, which we're really excited about. Additionally, I wanted to make sure that I mentioned our prize giveaway today. So we will have a People's Choice Prize. So you, the people, will be voting on who walks away with $1,000 in cold hard cash at the end of this. So that's going to happen around 4:30 p.m. So make sure you check out the 16 pitches, and at 4:30 p.m. We will see that happening. Furthermore, I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that not only are you going to hear from the founders today, but we've got a few special guests that will be joining us. So we have a variety of our ecosystem partners here, and it's very much a community approach to the Agtech Accelerator. So each of the companies will be introduced by a mentor, community partner, or a general cheerleader. And so with that, before I introduce our first introducer, I was talking to her backstage. She had kind of a special request. She thought it'd be nice if we hyped things up a little bit to begin. So before we welcome Alex Hayden to the stage, she has asked for a slow clap introduction. So ladies and gentlemen, can we give Alex Hayden a slow clap?
I did ask for that. I did ask for that. Thanks, Jordan, for that wonderful introduction. So I'm Alex Hayden. I'm here from the University of Saskatchewan. We're super happy to be a supporter of the Agtech Accelerator. Our team, the great people I work with at the university, are responsible for partnerships and commercialization. We've just launched a deep tech incubator at the university called Opus, where we're happy to be growing the next generation of technologies and founders to come into programs like the Agtech Accelerator. So that's why we're here. That's why we're so supportive. I'm super excited for all the founders who are going to pitch today. I'm really grateful to be able to introduce the first pitcher. I'm told that he is so dedicated to Saskatchewan Agtech that he packed his Canadian tuxedo and brought it all the way from the UK. We hope to see that at the bull riding. Maybe. So I'm happy to introduce the first pitch from Small Robot Company. The pitcher is Ben Scott Robinson. Ben has previously founded 2 agencies, 2 consultancies, and an app startup. He and the Small Robot Company are now on a mission to help farmers feed the world while regenerating the planet, playing a lead role in the 4th agriculture revolution. My favorite tagline, the future is small. Small Robot Company, Ben.
Hello, everybody. I'd just like to say, please pause on the timer for the second. So I'm kind of taking it on my shoulders here to really sort of speak for the other startups that have been part of this accelerator. When you come onto these accelerators as a startup, you don't necessarily know the companies you're going to be working with, and you suddenly see all these incredible ideas that are coming from outside of your space or your area. And I have to hold it like, wow, okay, you really have to hold it like this. Out of the expertise. So, there's stuff that I've learned about poo and semen over the last sort of few months, which you just would not believe. But I think the absolutely amazing thing is, I've been on a lot of these. As you can tell, this is not, as they say, my first rodeo. And, I've been involved in startups, accelerators, and events like this for quite a while. And the guys at Agtech and the guys who were working to put this together with a cultivator have done a job which is completely unique. It is absolutely fantastic. And there are 16 companies down here who have benefited so much over the last few months. So I'd really like it if the cultivator and the Agtech guys could just stand up and make themselves present and visible. You're standing at the back there. You need to step forward a bit. That's it. Come on. And just say thanks very much. Yeah, thank you from all of us. Thanks. Okay, so just wait. Okay. My name is Ben Scott Robinson, and I am CEO of the Small Robot Company. Now, cereal farming is as big as Meta and Tesla combined, and there are some incredible companies and farmers that are doing amazing things to move it forward in Canada, in the US, and in Europe. But it is in trouble. It is suffering from a triple threat. Climate are making yields unstable. The current global environment is driving up the cost of inputs, and the state of the soils is really perilous. Something significant has to change to make this work. At Small Robot Company, we are delivering the next generation in arable farming. So we have built a service of lightweight autonomous vehicles called Tom, Dick, and Harry, held together by an AI-driven operating system called Wilma that delivers per-plant farming. So Tom and Wilma create a near real-time view of each crop plant as it grows through the season. And we call this per-plant intelligence. And Dick and Harry deliver precise and timely interventions to make sure that that plant achieves its full potential. Now, Tom, Dick, and Harry are all built from the same modular robotic platform now in production in the UK. These robots are fully autonomous. They work 24/7 in any conditions, and they can be scaled to fit any field size. Tom gathers data which is precise and lighting controlled with a pixel size of 6/1000ths of an inch. This allows us to see everything. The size, location, and number of crop plants in the field. We can see whether there's stresses from nutrients or disease, and we can also see the tiniest cotyledon weed as it emerges through the crop plant. Now, this data automatically integrates with sprayers, which allows us to give savings to farmers right now, such as 70 or 90% savings in herbicides, or 15% savings in nutrients, while increasing yields, and that is just the start. We have been working and co-designing our service with farmers for the last 4 years, and we are now delivering to these waiting customers. We have £6 million worth of sales, half of which are from UK-based cereal farmers in pods, and half of which with ag corporates and research organisations. Our combined hybrid service model allows us to scale quickly at a low cost, which allows us to get to a point of profitability at the end of next year and cash flow positivity at the end of the year after that. We know and are very closely related to a lot of our competitors, so we understand the market and we try and partner with them as many as we can. So I have 25 years experience in tech startups and have taken 2 to sale, and my business partner is a 4th-generation arable farmer. We have cherry-picked people from some of the best companies in the world looking at mechanical engineering, intelligence, and technology. We have solved some of these fundamental problems. We can help farmers produce more crops in a more sustainable way while reducing the amount of inputs and saving the soils. We are looking for funding now. I know if you listened to that talk before, it's a bad time to be doing that, but we would like you to come on board. And we would like to say, small is good. Thank you.
That was an excellent presentation, Ben. Good luck with the rest of your day, and to the 16 competitors today, good luck to all of you as well. My name is Rob O'Connor. I'm the show director for Ag in Motion, and I'm happy to represent Glacier Farm Media. Today, Glacier Farm Media is a proud partner in this committee, and really looks forward to how the ag tech sector will continue to develop over the upcoming years. Now, I'd like to introduce to you today Parametrics. The founding presenter is Damon Johnson. Damon is a farmer himself right here in Saskatchewan. He knows all too well the risk farmers take every season when they plant their crop. That's why he and Parametrics are protecting farmers from the risks they can't control. He brings a wealth of agriculture business experience and has helped Parametrics achieve year-over-year growth of 44 times. I'd like to call on Damon Johnson.
Rob, thanks so much.
Before we get started, I want to introduce co-founders, friends of mine, Dave Sullivan and Grant Kosher, sitting up front here. So very proud to be here today from parametrics.ag. We're based out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And what do we do? Well, we build satellite-based parametric coverage options for farmers and their industry partners. So what's the problem? We know that weather is erratic. It's creating bigger risks for farms, and generally a lot of these losses aren't coverable by normal crop insurance because it's only creating shallow losses. So the problem is the weather. It's tough to manage around. It just happens, and we want to be able to help farmers transfer that risk. So, for example, it's hot out there. It was hot out there last year. It was hot out there the year before. In 2020 alone, farmers suffered losses of $525,000 in revenue just from yield losses in their canola crops alone. And that was the one challenge we saw that we wanted to solve. The other one is that innovation generally hasn't kept up. Innovation and creativity has not kept up with the demands and needs of the farmers and the industry partners, and that was another challenge, largely due to the fact a lot of the products were based off of rigid product modeling, so it wasn't using the data that was actually happening on or generated by the farm. The data quality was poor, incomplete, inconsistent, or all three. And generally, it was an inefficient and expensive delivery model. So knowing all those things, we took that challenge to say, let's flip the playbook at parametrics.ag and only introduce the best and finest data sources. Let's cover the data that's actually being generated by the farm to use to generate those coverages, and thereby reducing that basis risk that's being generated or accepted by that farm. So after we did all that, we took the crazy challenge of fully digitizing that product structure and building it in a platform that farmers or industry people could access on behalf of their farmers, where the analytics, the research, the sales were all generated within one platform. You can get a quote, you can do your transaction, you can pay with your credit card, you generate your documentation, and if you're in a claim on your farm, we won't ever have to send a claims adjuster out to your farm, and we're calculating and generating those claims for those farms in days instead of weeks or months. So we've been fully commercialized. This is our second season. How are we doing? We've got some really great traction. We've had 44x increase in revenue. We have positive unit economics. We've scaled from 21,000 to 650,000 acres in one crop season while reducing our per acre cost to serve. We're fully commercialized across 2 channels and revenue generating, working with really good friends and partners like Corteva Agriscience, who, as they sent out 52,000 bags of canola seed to Western Canadian farms, our coverage was included in the bag, and that's a general directional priority for us. And the last one is growth. We're raising capital. We're looking to grow faster and bigger and better, and we see a significant opportunity. And this is the team in general. Grant, Dave, myself, a bunch of great people back at the office as well too. But our vision, our experience, our unique skill set, economics, agronomics, finance, marketing, and data science all converge into parametrics.ag and what we're working on here today and going into the future. So the future of crop insurance is here, and we are ready. Love to talk to you guys later. Thanks so much.
Damon, thanks for that great presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Peckham. I am from Saskatchewan Polytechnic, and my job is to work with companies both in Saskatchewan and from across Canada in adopting digital technology. And so I do get the great privilege of working with some of these folks in the cultivator and co-labs up in Saskatoon. And so I get a chance to introduce one of these companies that's not from Saskatchewan, but one of our fellow Canadians from Winnipeg. Scott has developed a really strong passion in life. He's passionate about his travel. He's been in over 20 countries, and during that stint in those 20 countries, he takes a look around and he gets a bit of the culture, a bit of the lay of the land, and he learns a few things. And then he brings that back. He is very passionate about his business, and his business is about helping farmers get the correct data and how to actually do things appropriately in the farm. Scott, why don't you come up and show them what you got?
Thank you.
Before we start the timer, I just have to say we have to strike Ben's little speech from the record because he can't win people's choice by. No, you can't win it that way, Ben. So my name is Scott Russell, and I'm the CEO of FeedFlow. And at FeedFlow, we're building the future of smart barns. And we're doing that because there's a massive problem. And that problem is that feed makes up 60 to 75% of the total cost to produce hogs and poultry. Farmers don't have data, and data does not exist at many points in the data chain. So they don't understand the feed moving through their barns. For some large integrators, this means as much as $4 million in lost opportunity cost every single year by not having data. But luckily, we have a solution. Who saw that one coming? We have a solution. We have created a sensor device and patented a sensor device that gives us real-time data on every feed line in barns. So we can see every feeding event that happens, we understand how much feed is moved through the pipe, and we can detect issues happening in real time and alert the right people. That allows us to send real-time alerts through SMS and email to the right people when augers are inactive or when the pipes are running empty. We can do bin inventory management, smart feed ordering to reduce the cost of emergency feed orders. And we can do consumption tracking. And that's really important because we can actually see drops in consumption that are predicators and leading indicators of animal health issues. And the market is huge. Now, my slide is kind of screwed up here, but the market for hog and poultry is $370 billion a year, which represents an opportunity for FeedFlow of 4 million sensors. Our business model is simple and scalable. We provide hardware and software as a service. We charge $25 a month per device in barns. And we're looking now in North America to expand to 75,000 units, which equals $25 million in annual recurring revenue. But why do our customers care? It's pretty simple. The value of the data we provide is greater than 7x to producers. And that includes reducing emergency feed orders, that includes reducing animal mortality through the feed data, and improving their operations and improving feed conversion ratio. Here's the important slide. We already have 25 million in ARR in our pipeline. So we're working with some of the largest integrators in the industry and strategic partners that give us this market access. Our team is pretty amazing too. We have some excellent data science folks. We have some very good hardware and firmware development people that are much, much smarter than me working on this problem. And so we create, we produce, we manufacture our own devices and our own software and our own algorithms. And we are raising a $3 million seed round to accelerate our growth and adoption in North America. That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Yost, and I'm the Associate Vice President Research at the University of Regina. University of Regina is very proud to be a partner with this Agtech Accelerator. I'm a soil microbiologist, so I'm particularly excited that I get to work with companies, link them to our researchers to try to help them with their advancing their technology and finding new solutions to problems in agriculture. And so it's my pleasure now to introduce Harriet Scott from Raft Solutions. And Raft Solutions provides advanced breeding technologies to address challenges in herd breeding programs. And they've started a presence now here in Western Canada. I think they're from the UK originally, but they're looking forward to expanding across the prairies. So it's my pleasure to introduce Harriet.
Do you want me to sing? Shall I go? Okay. Hello, I'm Harriet Scott from Raft Solutions, and I'd like to ask you, is your bull doing its job? And is he really up to that? I'd like to introduce you to Semen Rate, a semen quality analysis service. Farmers lose up to 60K per year due to poor conception rates, and about a third of bulls are considered infertile. But in livestock farming, as we know, pregnancies matter. Semen quality improves those conception rates and drives productivity, profitability, and also environmental mitigation from farms and the livestock industry. So what is semen rate? Semen Rate combines technologies with technical expertise. It's currently a lab-based service, and it really means that we could drive in depth to that semen sample and essentially assess whether that bull is just a sexy-looking hunk or is he actually going to perform in the field. We do some objective measurements to therefore predict if he's up to the job. Our customers are vets who are providing a service every day around fertility to their farmers, genetic companies who want a quality assurance pre and post-release of that frozen AI straws, and retailers with that integrated supply chain to provide some added value to their suppliers, but also their consumers. We're currently delivering this service in the UK, and we're working with around 50 vet practices to deliver this service. We've also got contracted with retailers and also with some genetic companies. We're also bringing this service to Canada, and we're working with Bow Valley Genetics, a vet practice here in Western Canada, and also Kirkton Vet Clinic in the East. So based on what we know from delivering this service in the UK, we've made a projected revenue model, and we're looking to make a profit from year 2, and that's around analysis fees and a subscription for advisory services. Ooh. Our team are brilliant. We're a vet-led company, so we're genuinely embedded within the industry and are really experienced in linking those genetics to advances in the field around sustainable food production. We're looking to make partnerships to bring Semen Rate to the market in Canada. Thank you.
I have to try and come up here without tripping. That's my goal. Great job, Harriet. Very entertaining. Loved your accent and thoroughly enjoyed that presentation. So thank you. I'm Lori Demetrician, Chief of Equity Investment for a family office based in Saskatoon called PIC Investment Group. Very pleased to be part of this today. I'm going to keep this introduction short because you've already heard from me up on the stage, but very pleased to be able to introduce Cole Powers from an exciting company called Intelliculture. So Cole graduated from the University of Waterloo and joined Tesla as an engineer, but it wasn't quite up to his speed. That's when he and his co-founders, Michael and Raman, decided to start Intelliculture, which is a startup that makes farm management simple. And with that, I would like to introduce Cole.
Thanks so much. Yeah, hey folks, absolute pleasure to be here today, and thank you very much for the opportunity. As Laurie mentioned, my name is Cole Powers, and I'm one of the co-founders of a company, Intelliculture. The core of what we're doing here is really working to automate the farm management process. But before I dive into that, I do want to just kick off and take a step back and really address the problem that we're striving to solve here. And that's that farms and producers are losing millions of dollars every year due to very preventable mistakes. It can be something as small as a slight misspray in your block in your orchard that can lead to a powdery mildew outbreak that can corrupt your yields for the season. These growers are managing hundreds of employees and machines, and they're doing it through phone calls and whiteboards, and oftentimes hoping for the best when it comes to the logistics on the farm. That's why at Intelliculture, we simplify farm management to 3 easy steps. First, growers install one of our plug-and-play GPS devices into all the machines on their farm, whether that's a tractor, a side-by-side, a pickup, really anything on the farm on wheels. From there, they're able to monitor recommendations through our farm equipment management software. And that, in turn, helps improve the operation. Like many Agtech companies, we strive to provide actionable insights to the farm to save time and money in the operation. But that begs the question, where's the actual value and why are farmers using Intelliculture? First, they love our CabView application. It's a mobile app to prevent those pest and mildew outbreaks that I mentioned previously. Our app is downloadable on any mobile device that allows you to see real-time spray progress on any machine that you're on. So think of a screen in a cab that you might have on a normal combine, dialed down to an orchard tractor size. From there, the information flows automatically to our CropView portal, which helps growers optimize labor efforts on the farm. We provide job progress monitoring and overdue alerting to ensure compliance and actually automate the record keeping on the spray reporting. So the report there that you can see, for example, is delivered in your inbox via PDF every morning to give spray certainty in your orchard or your vineyard. And finally, we have a ShopView portal which is focused around the health of the machinery itself as a capital asset to the business. We digitize the maintenance planning across the farm to help lean towards preventative maintenance rather than reactionary, and also maximize farm safety through real-time alerting of equipment mistreatment warnings. What this culminates to is a huge opportunity for growers. When you look at our first year subscription costs and compare that to actual realized savings on the farm, on average we're about 4x from an ROI perspective to the grower. But rather than take my word for it, I'd rather you see a snapshot of some of the most progressive growers in the industry leveraging teleculture on their farm. Schuyler Farms, Ontario's largest producer of sour cherries, Braga Fresh, who produces much of the leafy greens down in Salinas, and Constellation Brands, who own Robert Mondavi Winery, all run in teleculture on their farm. And they're loving it. Our metrics speak for themselves. 98% of our growers across the board have a daily engagement rate of opening our reports in our software, and 74% of our growers have actually prevented a misspray event on their orchard or vineyard in the first season of operation. 80% of our growers are actively referring us to other folks in the market, and this means that we're growing rapidly. Since last year, we've seen a 300% growth in our machines under management, and we've actually 5x'd our ARR since last year. As Larry mentioned, myself, Michael, and Ramin are three of the co-founders of IntelliCulture, and we actually came from the automotive industry. We worked together for about 10 years at companies like GM and Tesla, but agriculture was always close to heart. And so that's why we got together to bring that technological experience that we had to an industry that we cared so much about. But really, equipment is just the beginning, is how we see it. Equipment does the work on the farm, which gives us touch points into all realms of the operation. But what we firmly believe is that equipment actually lays the foundation for successful farm automation. The future of farming is now, and we would invite you to join us on our journey and connect with us offline here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cole. Great job. My name is Bradley Rowley. As you can probably hear, I'm another Brit. I work for Innovate UK, which is the UK innovation agency, and we are proud to bring the 5 companies here from the UK to participate on the Agtech Accelerator. Now, Scott, I'm not going for people's choice, so I'll just echo what Ben said earlier on. I work with quite a few teams, innovation teams, accelerator teams globally, and I will say that the Cultivator crew are by far up there. We are proud to be associated with them. We're proud to be associated with them not only this year, but for in the future going forward. We hope to come back year on year for however long we can. So before I introduce another Brit who has made it here, although his luggage hasn't, I'd just like to introduce him. It's Charles Vase. He's from Photonics. Charles, at an early age, was working hard developing his diagnostic skills, and I'm sure if you ask him later, he'll show you the pictures of that. This turned into a PhD in engineering from the University of Manchester, and then on to Photonics, the startup he co-founded that empowers farmers to make smart decisions fast. Please give it up for Charles.
Thanks, Bradley. Afternoon, Regina. I want to take you to a future where we can upload the entire farm, the metaverse of agriculture, where farms become assets and decisions are provided to farmers based on intelligence rather than tradition, where profit is preserved by balancing on-farm operations through real-time market prices. I want to introduce you to Photonics. Over the past 20 years, the industry has seen a lot of change in components and capabilities that enable to improve efficiencies. But agriculture hasn't seen the same step change in productivity seen elsewhere. One of the main reasons for this is lack of adoption, due to a lot of the technologies not having a clear and short enough return on investment. As consumers, we often resist paying a premium for our food. So why do we expect our farmers to pay a premium to produce it? At Photonics, our mission is to provide a platform of insight which enables farmers to make decisions and act on a fast-evolving stage that is the world of agriculture. We have distilled a method of 3D imaging that creates a digital twin of the plant that enables us to detect disease weeks before it becomes symptomatic. You can see it. This is the reason why I've been picked up by 2 of the big 4 agchems in terms of breeding for new crop varieties, and accelerating their trials by up to a factor of 5. We've translated since 2018 products in the glasshouse, polytunnels, arable field trials, and even in vertical farms, each time distilling the core components that allows us to reduce the cost and also increase the value to each of our markets. What this also allows us to do is maintain quite healthy unit economics while ensuring we're adding value to the sector. Each of our devices is connected into our core processing platform. And when infrastructure allows, this also allows the systems to synchronize, allowing us to move quickly and agile into different sectors by devices informing each other, staying reliable within particular regions and particular soil types. It's also allowed us to maintain quite a good gross profit with returning customers year on year once the hardware has been installed. We've been showcased by some great global brands and have recently fully committed a seed investment round, which has allowed us to expand into Europe. But the reason we are here today is to find partners that are willing to use this kind of innovation to push the envelope of agriculture in this province. And we're also keen to speak to investors that are interested in a Series A to support that translation of technology. At Photonics, we exist to enable the art that is agriculture. And we're keen to be able to do that to ensure we have a sustainable food system in the future. I've been Charles Vase, and this has been Photonics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charles. That was amazing. How is everybody? My name is Brianne Dumitriou. I'm the community coordinator here at Cultivator, powered by Connexus. I had the good fortune of meeting Mike Boudreau through the Agtech Accelerator. Mike hails from Salmon Arm, BC. He has a passion for innovation and has leveraged his background in robotics and engineering to help his clients with tech robotics with some of the most challenging issues they are finding with automation today. Without further ado, please welcome Mike Boudreau.
Thank you, Bree. Thanks. Any mushroom farmers in the audience? No fungi in Saskatchewan? Come on. My daughter was at a visiting family in Italy and went to a chapel for Easter, and they have a tradition of having candles during their service, and she had long hair and it caught on fire. So what would you do if your hair was on fire? One of our early investors said, this is a hair on fire problem. You want to get it out immediately. About 3 years ago, I discovered the mushroom industry. Didn't know anything about mushrooms beforehand. And what I learned was an industry basically dying on the vine. The labor problem was just so severe that the top 3 problems for the largest mushroom producers in the world were labor, labor, and labor. They spend 80% of their management time on this problem. And to contextualize, there's 34 million metric tons of mushrooms grown in the world every year, hand-picked. And it's growing by 10% a year, the market, and they can't get labor. So these are just some of the headlines that you can find in the papers about this. Understand why there's a labor problem. It's a shitty job. It's stinky, bad ergonomics, damp, cold, dark, isolated. And the mushrooms double in size every 24 hours, so you can't just leave them alone. You have to pick them. So the 30-year challenge to solve this, when we first met the first mushroom producer, we said, do you want robots? And they said, hell yeah, we've been looking for 30 years. Why is that? Why hasn't anybody solved the problem? The problems were to find the right mushroom to pick, and then to pick it without damaging it. They're very delicate. And We've managed to prove that we can do that in the last 3 years. We're first to market with a 2-year lead according to industry gurus. We're just completing our 4th pilot test on farm. Last week, in 4 days, we harvested 5,000 pounds of mushrooms with 2 robots at a peak rate of 100 pounds an hour, all market grade. And this is satisfying a pilot customer triumvirate from Canada, Ireland, and the Netherlands. This is our management team, hail from the likes of Samsung, another Tesla player. Our CFO, Doug Keast, has taken 4 companies public and 4 private, and I've been playing in robotic automation for close to 40 years. This is the biggest opportunity I've seen in my career. We have a stellar board. You can see Sean O'Connor up there. Mel O'Rourke is our customer-facing director. He is director of Sylvan Europe, plugged into the whole mushroom industry. Our team is 45 people, hails from 13 countries. We fly the UN flag on our property. We currently have a sales funnel of $250 million waiting to go. We've done a number of, a couple financing closings, recently $3.5 million grants awarded, completed our trials actually today on farm, and we're expecting a 50 robot order shortly, and we'll be looking at raising Series A in the next quarter or so. I'm Mike Boudreau with TechBrew Robotics. If you want to talk about mushrooms or robots, come find me. Thank you.
Okay, automatic mic, is it working? Yes, it is. All right, well, thank you, Mike. That was a very interesting presentation, and thank you for having me here today. I'm proud to be here in Regina on Treaty 4 territory and homeland of the Métis as well. My name is Jennifer Stelzler. I'm the Director of Policy and Strategy and Analytics for Prairies Economic Development Canada in Saskatchewan. For anyone who doesn't know us, we are the federal government department responsible for the economy in the prairies. So we're here, we're available for talking, and we're proud to be a partner in investing in the Agtech Accelerator. We committed $900,000 to it, and just seeing all of the founders out here today tells me it was a very good investment. I am from a farm. I grew up on a farm. I'm a daughter, a granddaughter, and a great-granddaughter of a farmer. And one thing that's constant on the farm is problems and challenges, and it's really great to see all of the technology-enabled solutions that are coming here today. I think the momentum around this is going to create a lot of outcomes. So I'm very proud to be involved in this. And with that, the reason I'm here today is to introduce Patrick Walter, sorry. I really butchered that, even though we talked about this ahead of time. Patrick, I just had a chance to meet right before this event, is the COO and co-founder of Ag Advisor Pro, a company that shows a better way to answer on-farm questions. He's an award-winning Swiss entrepreneur. He's very well educated, holds a master in science and agronomy, and also on-farm research. I'm told he speaks 4 languages, which is very impressive since I'm trying to master a second, and I'm very far off of that. It's a big feat. But it's really helped him put his skills to good use in creating a national network of growers that's operating in 3 different languages and award-winning as such. Patrick has over a decade of experience in ag tech development and commercialization, and he's a recipient with an Alberta Innovates Commercialization Associate Program. I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about your technology solution for a better way to answer on-farm questions, and even more impressed that you've grown your team. I just learned from 2 to 20 in very short time, in a year and a half. So let's hear about all of this growth opportunity, and welcome to Patrick.
All right. This is your 1,000 acres of canola. At 50 bushels, this is worth $1 million. You jump out of your pickup truck, your blood runs cold. There's millions of these. You wonder, should I spray that bug or should I not? It's going to cost me $15,000, but the crop is worth $1 million. I don't want to spray if I don't have to. See, the farmer has a problem, and it's a problem of confidence. I could go and ask the coffee shop, or I could go ask my chem dealer, what do you think he's going to say? Or I could maybe ask Ag Advisor Pro. So with AgVisor Pro, you can ask a question anonymously, get a broad set of responses back, choose your experts, make a connection, solve the problem, pay for independent advice, or solve it for free. So what about that bug, okay? We asked that question. Half an hour later, Mike Dolinsky from Alberta, from Torres Sac, came back and said, you know what? This is a good bug. 15 minutes later, Brian Sorara from Saskatoon came back and said, like, this is a lacewing, it's beneficial, don't spray, it's a good bug. And later that night from Donaldsville, Georgia, Lou came back and said, like, hey, it's helping you out, don't spray. See, thanks to AgVisor Pro, I just saved $15,000. I'm going golfing. Well, see, if you want to bet on horses, or if you want to bet on a startup, bet on the horses. And we've got a huge leadership team. We've got over 5 public exits under our belt, very seasoned team. We got a clean cap table, an amazing board of directors. And here's the thing, it's a massive opportunity. We're talking $245 million in North America alone. But really, this is a global opportunity. Think about every farmer who's out there who has a question, who has a smartphone. He is part of this solution. We make money through subscription with partners, as well as we take a cut from the independent advisors. And when we talk about traction, I think this is pretty impressive. 10x in the last 6 months everywhere in the US was pretty good. And so we've hit our other milestones in terms of have another provisional patent, have amazing go-to-market partners. And now for the next kind of round, we're really working on reducing our cost of acquisition and 10xing the monthly active users again. So if you're interested in investing, we're currently looking for a safe. So here's the most important thing. If you take something home today, take this home. Before a farmer will adopt new sustainable practices, he needs confidence in his decision making. That's what AgVisor Pro does. AgVisor Pro is a marketplace for virtual advisory services, and so I invite you to be part of the buzz. Download it today, it's for free. Thanks so much for this opportunity.
Holy man, let's give it up one more time for Patrick and the first round of founders today. That was our first 8. We have 16, and so we have another 8 to go. But before that, we have a couple quick announcements and things to go through. So we're giving away a tailgate Traeger here. Please get your last-minute ballots in. I cannot think of anything more Saskatchewan than smoking meat out of the back of your truck. So we want someone in the audience today to get that experience. So with that, we're going to take a quick break here because we have some incredible people to welcome to the stage. We've had many conversations over the last year building this accelerator, and the most important one is that Agtech does not happen without the farmers and the producers as part of the conversation. So we would be remiss if we did not welcome to the stage a couple world-class producers that we're thankful enough to have with us today. So without further ado, we'll give them all the mic time possible because we might have to cut them off. We have Ms. Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel and Mr. Terry Aberhart to bring us a halftime show. Round of applause. Woo!
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Amy. I don't know about you, Terry, but when they told us we were doing the halftime show, I was thinking you'd be J-Lo and I could do Shakira.
Yeah, I've been working on my moves.
There was not any costumes available to us in the green room, so I guess it's just you and me. So it's been a really exciting couple of days for me. I'm a farmer at Mossbank, about 2 hours southwest of Regina here. We grow pulse crops and oilseed crops and cereal crops. And I'll turn it over to Terry, share a little bit about you.
Yeah, Terry Eberhart, Landsberg, Saskatchewan. We run a dryland grain farm out there and also a agronomy consulting company and work with my brother in Eberhart Ag and do some ag tech consulting stuff too, which is a bit of fun.
So Terry, for me, when I come to these farm shows, it's all about what's new and exciting in the innovation. And this show in particular brings a lot of other industries into the agriculture fold. On the pendulum of historian versus futurist, I'm far more likely to talk about what I appreciate about the good old days, and nobody would ever accuse me of being a futurist and trying to figure out what's new and coming. But for you, I would put you more in the futurist category. What excites you about ag tech and agriculture?
Yeah, just about everything. I mean, I'm really passionate about the future of agriculture, and I really like new technology. Sometimes there's a bit of pain in learning new things, but let's face it, if we didn't have innovation, we'd still be steering our tractors, we'd still be sending smoke signals to communicate or something like that. So
Carrier pigeons.
yeah. So I think this is really cool. I think this event and what they're doing at the Agtech Accelerator is awesome. All these startups are working incredibly hard to hopefully make our life a lot better or potentially more profitable in the future. And I think this is just really exciting what's going on here.
They probably wouldn't have asked you and me to do this if they didn't want us to be candid and open and transparent, so I will do that. I don't know about Terry, but I know for me as a farmer, we get inundated with phone calls from tech companies that want to share their new and brilliant idea, and they're absolutely convinced that it's going to change the world for me as a farmer. And most of the time, what's missing is the practical piece. They have a great idea, but it isn't practical or it's not logistically easy, and so it's quite easily bypassed. And it's hard because I want to encourage people to be involved in the agriculture industry, and the young people that are excited about technology look at agriculture as an opportunity, but they don't have a connection to the practical aspects of being a farmer. And so my message always to the tech community and the ag tech community is to be absolutely certain that you have farmers early on in the early stages of development so that you don't miss that really important piece of the puzzle. There's profitability and there's practicality. And I think for me a frustrating piece is a lot of the technology that's coming appears to be more of a push than a pull. So when I walk around at the different innovations and I see something that I absolutely know for sure a farmer had a hand in, they were definitely solving an on-farm problem, that gets me more excited than the innovations that really have to be explained to me and feel like they're trying to solve a problem that I didn't even know that I had.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. I think at times as growers, we feel a little bit overwhelmed or inundated by everything that's coming at us. But I think one of the cool things that they're doing here and working through the Agtech Accelerators is connecting these companies to the industry, to producers to get some of that vetting and help ensure that they're working towards solutions that are going to provide value. And this is just an exciting opportunity for us to work together and collaborate and help develop new things that will be better, because sometimes they don't always end up that way.
And another message to leave is there's no two farms that are the same and no two farmers that are the same. So if the innovation or the invention that you're thinking of is not appealing to me or doesn't have a place for me on my farm, it doesn't mean it may not work for Terry. So be sure that you're looking around for farmers in your fold that truly are working within the industry that you're working on. I think that's it for us, Terry. We're going to welcome Jordan back on stage for the rest of the show. We've got another great lineup of innovations headed your way.
Thanks a lot. Enjoy the show and the rest of the pitches.
Thanks, Terry. Appreciate it. Thanks, Sherilyn. All right. Thanks so much to Sherilyn and Sherilyn and Terry there. What a first half that was. We had everything from mushrooms to semen in the first half. And we've got an even better second half planned for you here, everybody. So just a quick reminder, there is a People's Choice Award. We have $1,000 to give away today. You saw the first 8 pitches. We've got 8 more pitches coming, and then there will be a text message or online voting system at the end. We'll share that information. That's going to happen right around 4:30, so make sure you don't miss out on that opportunity. With that, we're getting into the second half. So we have 8 pitches left. Again, these are 16 of the top ag tech companies from across Canada and the UK. And to introduce the first company in the second half, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kim McConnell. Please make your way to the stage.
Thank you very much, Jordan. And it's a pleasure for me to be on the advisory board of the Cultivator. Wow, is that an inspiring thing that you have got going in this province, in this country? And I am Very, very proud to be part of that. And am I ever inspired by the 16 organizations and the people that we've had the opportunity to spend time with this week. So, whoa, and the lights went out again. Great. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Karen Schuett, who is the founder and the CEO of Livestock Water Recycling. Karen has led her team to develop multi-patented, award-winning, waste-to-worth approach to manure, on-farm manure treatment. Karen's responsible for all facets of the business, overseeing the integration of the corporation as well as the focus on innovation. She has been named one of 6 of the most influential women in Canadian agriculture. She was selected to join Google's first startup accelerator for women founders, and she was granted the Clean 50 designation for 2029 for her leadership sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Schuett.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Good afternoon. Manure is nature's fertilizer, nature's best fertilizer. But when stored in lagoons for eventual land spreading, that value can get trapped. Worse than that, farms can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars each year moving that manure from the livestock to the lagoon and to the field. My co-founder and I have worked together for 20 years in water treatment. Coming from an oil and gas background, we were shocked to find the lack of technology available for farms to treat manure. It's been a long way from jet fuel to manure, but I can tell you the value proposition for manure is actually a lot better. We developed a plant, a mini water treatment plant that can be installed on farm and create value for farmers, creating precision fertilizers, feedstock for biogas applications, and recycling 7% as clean, potable water. Our value proposition is best relayed by our commercial clients. Meet Jay, our first Wisconsin dairy farmer. Jay was midway through digging a new lagoon to hold his manure when he found us. Since installing our system, he has doubled his herd size on the same amount of land with no new lagoon. He has increased his feed crop production by 30%. He has reduced his manure expenses and eliminated his antibiotic use. But perhaps most importantly, he's created a new revenue stream around selling fertilizer and around selling feedstock into renewable natural gas projects. And there are thousands of Jays in the world. Dairies, hog farms, beef feedlots, and biogas applications on food-producing facilities. And we're working with lots of them. We're operating right now across 12 states. We have projects pending in 10 more, and 2 feedlot operations pending in our state, or in our province of Alberta. We're working internationally as well, and our systems combine to treat over 1 billion gallons of manure this year. Our path to market is through dealers or direct sales. We have achieved and exceeded $10 million of revenue over the past 2 years in equipment sales and recurring revenue through our data analytics platform and our ongoing services. Manure lagoons are simply outdated for today's food needs. The food requirements of the planet are more than we can produce in a way where it stores manure on farm in lagoons. When we look to the future, we don't see lagoons. We see thousands of connected farms with smart technology moving manure to fertilizers and biogas, creating more food on the same amount of land. Please join us in our trillion-gallon challenge as we move to become the world's first manure unicorn. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Manure unicorn has a nice ring to it, hey? All right, well, my name's Ryan. I'm with the Cultivator team, so I've been working with these founders for the last 3 months to get them ready for this demo day to pitch to all of you. So we're really excited to have you all here with us. Our next founder hails from the UK. His name is Dr. Apostolos Papadopoulos. Don't worry, you can call him Tolos. He recently developed a biostimulant technology that increases chlorophyll levels in plants. He's sold this patent technology to Cargill, and it's now in use in over 12 million acres of farmland. So please welcome to the stage, Tolis.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce to you R-Lift technology. Take a deep breath. We take for granted that the air we breathe is clean. We know that agriculture is feeding the world, but at the same time is contributing to greenhouse emissions by 20% globally. This is mostly due to the nitrogen fertilizer that we apply as a common practice globally, which releases nitrous oxide to the atmosphere. 26,000 people die prematurely in the UK alone because of NOx pollution. Our solution is R-Lift. It captures NOx pollution and converts it to nitrogen fertilizer. This is through photocatalysis. We simply spray the crops with R-Lift and convert nitrous oxide. Because we're removing this nitrous oxide, it bears carbon credits. So we're registering the technology with gold standard for carbon credits. We can turn every R-Lift to an R-Lift, every leaf to an R-Lift. It is applied at 0.2 gallons per acre, and we have validated they can remove 5.4 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per hectare per year. It is based on photocatalysts that have been specially processed to work under normal light. We supply a small amount of nitrogen on a daily basis to the crop, and this is what allows the farmer to reduce the nitrogen application without compromising yield. We target first the cereals market because it's important for food security, and also it's a heavy user of nitrogen fertilizers. We're focusing on capturing 2% of the market, which equates to $540 million. Our revenue will come from product sales. We're going to use the normal distribution network for products, and achieving 1 million hectares of product sales by year 3 equates to $16 million. Using a conservative figure for the carbon credits, this equates to $28 million from carbon credits alone, so twice as much as the product sales. I'm the founder, CEO, and inventor of the technologies, as well as R-Lift. We're very lucky to have Jeremy in our team. He's the commercial manager with 30 years experience in nutrition sales. Matt has taken a company from 4 people to 1,600. Alvaro has been advising businesses for growth, and Curti is our photocatalyst expert. We're taking R-Lift to the global market, so we're seeking investment because we want to make a significant impact to reducing climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for that pitch, Tolis. That was excellent. My name is Kevin Chung. I'm happy to be here to represent Innovation Saskatchewan. For those of you who may not know us, we're the provincial agency that's responsible for supporting R&D and fostering innovation in the province here. And we're a proud supporter of both the Cultivator Agtech Accelerator as well as Emertech Venture Capital Fund. So I have the pleasure of introducing Catlin today. Catlin Lang, he's the co-founder of Farm Simple. He studied electronic systems engineering at the University of Regina and could never shake the idea of designing and building electronic devices. After 7 years in project management and engineering consulting, Catlin decided to take a step into the tech world with the creation of Farm Simple. So please help me welcome Catlin Lang onto the stage.
Thanks, Kevin.
So last fall, in the peak of harvest, 10 of my cows died due to severe dehydration. Why did they die? How could this happen? It happened because I simply did not have the time to stop, harvest, get out of the combine, drive 3 hours to check the livestock water supply. That is a real story from a Farm Simple customer. A livestock producer's most valuable resource is time. Water depletion or freezing threatens the health of livestock. Rising fuel prices, lack of labor, are contributing to rising costs associated with checking water supplies. What is the cost of this problem? The average farmer will spend $4,000 in a single summer just to check one water supply 5 times a week. That's only 20 kilometers from their home base. Or the risk of not checking the water is much greater. Farm Simple has designed their herd hand 24/7 monitoring of water levels and temperatures. How does it work? The farmer will get our device. They'll install it on their livestock water location. In the event of low water or temperatures, the customer is notified of an issue. They can then take corrective action. What does the market look like? Just shy of 1 million farms in North America, 1.3 million livestock farms, and 2.2 million total farms, including grain. What does the revenue model look like? The average producer could use 3 devices per farm. At 3% market penetration, that's 87,000 active devices online. At $650 a unit, our product returns its investment within 1 month of use. For a $10 a month subscription, the customer can keep their device online, connected to cellular network. We're a farm-grown team raised in Saskatchewan. Dustin and I are 2 brothers of 4 that grew up on a Red Angus livestock farm. Current traction, we have 21 customers, 55 deployed devices in Saskatchewan, BC, Manitoba, and Alberta. Come grow with Farm Simple. If you're a producer in the audience, a partner, or potential investor, we'd like to chat with you in the crowd. Thank you.
Great job, Catlin. Let's hear it one more time for all these founders. Awesome. You're almost there. You've sat through so many pitches. I don't know about you, but I've learned a ton. Don't forget, once again, 4:30 People's Choice voting. So my name is Hannah Castle. I am the program manager here at Cultivator. I didn't know anything about agriculture. Honestly, when Jordan told me we were going to do an Agtech Accelerator, I was terrified, but I was very lucky because one of the first pitches I ever saw for potential companies was UCO. So I'm very excited to introduce them. They're going to tell you all about their company. Katan is here. He's lived in 5 different countries. He's now settled in Toronto. He actually just flew in this afternoon, so he's very committed to being here with you today. I can't wait for you to meet him, so I'm going to call him up right now. Let's hear from UCO.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm with UCO Agro, and we're building the predictive analytics for the ag industry. We all know that a lot of farmers are answering 3 questions, which is, what action do I need to take? Where do I need to take this action? And when do I need to take this action? But as things turn out, as farms are getting bigger and as we're seeing more weather variations, answering these questions is becoming more difficult. But the good news is we have the data and the tools needed to answer these questions. It's all about converting data into insights and getting enough advance notice so you can actually act on this. We all know that farms are getting big. You know, if you tell a farmer, go do this in field 45 today, it may not be done for 3 days. So the more advance notice we can get, the more we know that that action will be taken. So there's an advantage of being proactive and reactive, and that's what we try to show here through a case study. So we picked up this calculator from the Canola Council, and we said, what happens if you spray for Sclerotinia retrospectively once you actually see it in the field? And there's some analysis here that shows that there could be a potential yield loss of 20%, which would be equivalent to about $60 an acre or $1.50 per bushel, assuming 40 bushels an acre. So that's the cost of being proactive versus reactive. And that's what we're trying to change through UcoAgro. We've built a predictive analytics platform that converts existing data into insights and give a 1 week's advance notice on what action to take and when and where to take it. So to do this, we aggregate weather data, crop data, and the future soil data. We analyze this and management practices. We analyze that on an individual field level. We get an output, and that output can be viewed either through our own platform or we are integrated with some of the largest platforms such as Agtech, Climate Fieldview, et cetera. And then there is a feedback loop built in as well, which is every time you see something on the field and you give feedback to the system, the system, the algorithm will actually adapt for your field, for your management practice. So they learn and they become more localized to how you manage that field, your farm. And when we talk about predictive analytics, we know there's an advantage to the farmer, but there's an advantage to the value chain. And we've seen that as we work with Bayer, Syngenta, GMAX, Agro, where they're using predictive analytics at scale to drive decisions around customer engagement. Should I talk to John on Monday or Friday? Scheduling the scouting, logistics planning, and that's really helping them differentiate against the competitors in the marketplace. So if you belong to the ag value chain, or if you're an investor, come and talk to us. We would love to tell you more about how and what we do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Ken. Great job. My name is Todd Andrews. I'm RVP of Ag for Connexus Credit Union. I'm here to introduce Vina. She's the founder of SmartBell, an animal health monitoring and management system. Vina is one of our UK founders. She made it here from there. Her luggage, I hear, did not. It's still stuck somewhere between here and UK. So she's a gifted computer scientist with an MBA from the University of Cambridge. She started SmartBell to help the farming industry improve attractiveness to young producers through improved profitability and use of technology. Prior to SmartBell, she worked for Amazon.com in San Francisco. Please welcome Vina.
Thank you, Todd. Take a look at the animals on the screen. Can you spot the one that has a fever? The answer is probably no, because not only are the animals very good at hiding their symptoms, it can take up to 5 days before visual symptoms show, making it really hard to pick diseases early. And this problem is so common, 7 out of 10 cattle suffer from pneumonia or gut diseases, and 4 of them never get detected and treated. And this is a leading cause of the 8% mortality rate in Canada. And the difference between early and late diagnosis can be as much as 6 extra months to finish in beef cattle, or 5,800 liters of loss in the lifetime of a dairy animal. Just in North America, this causes $1.5 billion in losses every year. At SmartBell, we have been working for the past 5 years to solve this problem. The solution is to spot issues without relying on visual signs, and instead tracking the behavior and temperature of the animal to pick up those early subtle signs. This saves labor and lets the farm use their time more effectively just on the animals that need their attention. We solve it in 3 easy steps. The receiver collects data from the smart ear tags. The smart ear tags are worn by the cattle in the ear, and it tracks their movement and temperature. And the farm receives daily alerts on their mobile phone with a list of prioritized animals that need their attention or need a treatment today. We have 2 products in the market. The SmartBell Lite is a standalone mobile app that lets farms start recording their data on animal health and provides management decision support with dashboards. And the premium solution provides automated monitoring and includes the smart ear tags and provides prioritized list for the farm's attention. We have over 3,000 animals monitored and reared using the SmartBell system over the last 2 years. And we work with a variety of dairy producers, beef producers, veterinary providers, and most recently have signed on with one of the largest UK's feed manufacturing companies to provide this solution to their network of farms. We have made the SmartBell Lite app completely free. Please feel free to download it and share it with your network and help us build the Internet of Cows. Thank you.
Thanks, Veena, and wonderful job. My name's Shane Thomas of Upstream Ag Insights, a weekly newsletter breaking down innovation in agriculture. And I'm excited to introduce Jason McNamee of Lucent Biosciences. Jason is a biogeologist and ecology expert, a United Nations speaker, and the co-founder of Lucent Biosciences. He has 20 years of experience in biotech research and development, is a Notre Dame Hounds alumni and born in Wilcox, Saskatchewan. Him and his team have recently announced a $19 million project with Protein Industries Canada, AGT Foods, and a consortium of companies is the latest example of a path they are forging towards growing smart, sustainable crops. Please join me in welcoming Jason.
Great stuff. Thanks, Shane. And thanks, everybody, for being here. My name is Jason McNamee. I am the Chief Product Officer and one of the founders at Lucent Biosciences, where our mission is to help agriculture transform to a more sustainable industry by bringing a suite of bioactivated crop nutrition products that sequester carbon, work better than the current solutions, and cost less than the current solutions. We know what the problem is with current solutions. They're very expensive, they have high carbon emissions, and they definitely don't help your soil. Our solution is much different. Our solution costs less, we see an improvement in yields at an ROI of 3.0 or better, and sometimes even better. It works in standard equipment, we sequester carbon and improve soil health. Our secret sauce is that we've been able to bind nutrients to cellulose, like pea fiber, in such a way that they're bound tightly enough that the nutrients do not leach or run off, but not so tightly that your microbiome can't access them. And in fact, the cellulose in the product acts as a food source for your microbiome, and it's your microbiome that feeds your plants. How do we know that it works? Well, we've tested it. We've tested it a lot. Over the last 4 years, we've done over 80 small plot research trials and 105 large-scale demonstration trials all over North America on a wide variety of crops, from corn to soy to flowers and peppers, with a ton of third-party independent research partners. Our business model is very circular in nature. We are working with food processors to upcycle their low-value fiber into the high-value commodity soyleose. We then are going through a traditional distribution chain, and that is taking the product right back to the farm, and that farmer is getting to use the product that's going to give them a higher ROI, it's going to build their soil, and it's going to sequester carbon. Last year this time we had 0 distributors. This year this time we have 14 distributors all across North America. We're working with food processors who not only have a low-value fiber source, but also have some pretty audacious ESG goals. And they need a product like soyleose to help them fulfill those goals. Our first project with AGT Foods, I guess this is not going to go the way I wanted it to. With AGT Foods is a $19 million facility. We're repurposing Pulse Depot in Rosetown, Saskatchewan, with $7 million from the Protein Industry Canada Supercluster, and the rest being supplied by us in AGT. The great thing about working with AGT is they have significant operations in several countries around the world, and they're looking forward to helping us bring this technology to all of their locations. Again, my name is Jason McNamee. I'm the Chief Product Officer and one of the founders at Lucent Biosciences. We'll be raising a Series A in the coming year, so if you're interested in coming along on this exciting journey, come on, get a hold of us later. You can get us on all of our social medias. We answer everything, and we're looking forward to growing with you. Thank you very much.
Well, hi everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Chris Lane. I am the President and CEO at Economic Development in Regina, and you can see from the board behind me that we are a proud supporter of the Agtech Accelerator. Not only because it's the right thing to do, but because we believe, without hesitation, that the people on the stage here today that you are hearing from are making a positive, seismic shift in the industry of agriculture, and they're doing it right here in Regina, and we couldn't be more proud of that. Now, thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing you to Rob Hannum. And I will say that I also had the pleasure of spending some time with Rob at an Agtech Accelerator event a few months ago. And I can tell you, he's the kind of person that you've seen on the stage all day today. These are not people with solutions looking for problems. These are people who are connected to the agriculture industry that know there are barriers to success happening on farms in Canada and around the world. And they, like Rob, are providing solutions and innovations to get there. And even though Rob's from Ontario and I'm from Alberta, we did find some common ground. And I'm pleased to tell you that Rob Hannum's passion for agriculture was cultivated while growing up on his family's farm in Ontario. He's also passionate about being an entrepreneur and currently a founder and owner of several business ventures, including Synthesis Agri-Food Network. His new focus is on Farm Health Guardian, where he is founder and CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Hannum.
All right, I'm excited to be here. I'm Rob with Farm Health Guardian. We're digitizing biosecurity to help reduce the devastating impact of livestock disease. Here's just one example in swine. African swine fever. You've likely heard about it, read some headlines. It's detected in China, in Europe. Recent cases in Italy came to the fore. Iowa State University estimates that if it's discovered in the U.S., it would cost the industry $50 billion with a B over 7 years. It's on the doorstep of North America. The Canadian swine industry, the American swine industry are preparing, and we want to help them do that. Here's another example. You've heard of bird flu. High-path avian influenza have wreaked havoc in many provinces, states, and countries. This is where I live in Ontario this year. In the UK, where we just launched with our new distributor, Agtech, there's a 10-fold increase in bird flu outbreaks just this year. And in the U.S., it's affected small farms, backyard flocks, and some of the major poultry producers. Over 39 million chickens or turkeys have been lost to high-path AI just this year in 2022. And that's where Farm Health Guardian comes in. We're a software platform that provides animal health and biosecurity management systems to help farmers and food companies improve their biosecurity. There's two parts to the system: Farm Health Monitor and Farm Health Protect. Farm Health Monitor is an animal health record system. We're connecting the worker in the barn and the veterinarian and everyone in between on a central health record, and that really enables early disease detection. And you've heard about that already from some other companies today. Farm Health Protect is the system we've been selling since October 2020 when we launched. It confidentially and automatically records the movement of people and trucks on and off of your farm so that you can have an instant contact tracing database in the event of a suspect disease. We've got traction, sales with leading companies. Farm Health Guardian's now used on over 50% of the swine farms in Manitoba. We're being tested on 20 hog farms here in Saskatchewan. And in 2022, we're going global. We are scaling up with our distributors in the UK. We're launching in other provinces, and we're expanding from swine into poultry. So to do this, we need your help. We are in the middle of a fundraise. We are raising $2 million, and I'd love for you to join us on that journey as we help farmers improve animal health and welfare and produce more food. Thank you.
Well done, Rob, and thanks everybody for hanging in there. I don't know about all of you, but as I listen to these pitches, I am inspired by the future of agriculture. I'm very confident of where we're going and the vision that all of these folks, plus all the amazing entrepreneurs out there in the entrepreneurial ecosystem have for the future of agriculture. I'm Kim Nicholson. I'm the VP of Agtech and Innovation for the Mosaic Company. We're a proud investor in the Immertech Fund. I'm also very honored to be an advisor to the Cultivator Agtech Accelerator. It's been amazing to watch the journey of these founders and where they've come from the start of the cohort. But it is my pleasure to announce our last presenter here today. Sam Fournier is a co-founder and CEO of Christ Labs. He's spent his whole career working in the clean tech industry. He's a seasoned international development leader, having worked on 4 continents, enabling innovative companies to expand their markets. Sam has a very comprehensive view of the ag tech industry. He carries a vision for more sustainable agriculture, holds a BA in political sciences from Sherbrooke University and an MBA from Laval. Welcome, Sam, to the stage.
Hi everyone, I'm the last today, so I'll try not to put you all asleep. So I was thinking about perhaps a dance move, but I'll focus on Chris Lab if that's okay for you. So I'm Sam, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chris Lab. I'm very excited to be here today, and I'll be talking about our real-time soil sensing technology, so let's just dive in. So growers are spending a lot of money on fertilizer every year. With the current prices that we are seeing in the market, specifically for NP and K, it's just amazing how much money they're spending. So in fact, it's around $200 billion that are spent per growers on their fertilizer every single year. Depending on what they're growing, this could be up to 20% of their farm overhead. So it's about time we start asking questions about, why are we using that much fertilizer? Why are we displaying this fertilizer? What's the marginal value of the next ton of nitrogen you'll try to apply in a specific field? What's the effect, long-term effect of chemical on your soil health? Basically, we need to have more information from the soil. So we believe that agronomists need real-time information from the soil to take better managed fertilizer and take soil health and improve soil health generally. So the only key of sustainability and profitability needs to start from the soil. Basically, right now, the only way to get information from the soil is to take a small box of soil, send it to the lab, wait days to weeks before you get result, and then take actions. So this is a very cumbersome process, very slow and expensive, and limits basically the amount of analysis that are taken every single year. There's also some companies that are working on remote sensing. So this gives you a lot of GPS points across different fields, give you good information on disease, give you good information on NDVI, for example. But this is not enough accurate for you to know exactly what's in your soil. So we have developed basically a probe that you bring directly in the field. So it's a lab in the shape of a probe concept. You bring this with you as you move on the field, insert this in the ground, and within seconds, you get access to a complete soil profile. So as opposed to waiting 7 days, in 20 seconds, you have all the information you need right there in the field. So as you can see, we are able to give information on nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, organic matter, CEC, all the minor nutrients. We've recently also added carbon and bulk density, so we want to support basically growers in their conservation practices and allow them to participate in the new carbon economy. We also have a user interface, so people can very easily get access to all the information and push through an API all the information in their preferred management software. So at a glance, what we are doing at Chris Lab, we were founded in 2017. We are headquartered in Montreal. We are just shy of 40 employees. We have raised to date 10 million with one, we've just closed a round, or in the midst of closing one, with Regina's finest investor, Immertech. We are going on 2 million ARR this year, and we are projecting a 13 million Series A by the end of this year. So whether you are a large grower, a retailer, a crop consultant, we'll be more than happy to connect with you to show exactly how we would support you in your operation. And if you're an investor willing to change the future of agriculture one probe at a time, please connect with us. Thank you very much.
Holy man, let's give it one more big round of applause for all 16 of the inaugural Cohort 1 Agtech Accelerator companies. They have flown far and wide from Montreal to Vancouver and then across the pond from the UK. And yeah, we've honestly had the pleasure of getting to work directly with these companies for the last 3.5 months and learning their businesses inside and out and trying to help them along on the way. But the biggest thing that I want to point out is every single one of these individuals is just to their core an incredible human being. So they're giving people their shirts off their back, they're helping fellow founders out, and it just was a dynamic that it's not even explainable. So as much as I'm excited about them being the future of Agtech, which I truly believe, I'm even more excited about the incredible people that they are. So that is my biggest takeaway from here, and I think our whole crew and anybody that's touched the program has been incredibly inspired by that. So to contradict everything I just said, you have to pick a favorite, even though they all are amazing. We have our People's Choice voting. So this is where you, the audience, get to select one company that pitched today that was your favorite. So you go to www.menti.com and you type in the code you see on the screen there. All of their logos will show up. You get one vote, so pick your favorite, and that founder will be walking away with $1,000 cash in their back pocket. And by cash, I mean they're going to get mailed a check. So I don't want to spread any falsities there. But while that's happening, you have a really quick turnaround, so only 3 minutes. I am going to welcome to the middle of the stage Miss Brianne Demetriou and Miss Jolie Welburn to do our tailgate smoking meat giveaway.
There we go. So hello everyone, this is our barbecue prize pack for the summer. It includes a tailgate Traeger, 4 jerky in a boxes from Drake Meats, 3 seasonings from JB Sausage Suppliers, and a $75 gift card to the co-op. This is presented by Connexus and Cultivator. So here we go, drum roll. And the winner is Rosemary Foley. So we'll give a round of applause to Rosemary.
Awesome, thanks ladies. Now I got 2 mics. This is some crazy power. I don't know what to do with it. We lost all of our slides. That is okay. So they are just collecting those People's Choice votes, so you have maybe a tiny bit more time to get those dialed in there. But yeah, we are pretty excited to wrap up and decide who our winner is. The founders will be with us until Friday, so we are only at the halfway point of the week. We'd like to tire them out as much as possible. We did a little go-kart racing on Monday. We did some mini golf and all the crazy things in between. So the activities are just beginning. We'll be at the PBR bull riding tonight. Heard that a couple founders are trying to make their way on some bulls. So we'll see what happens there. Cole Powers and Scott Russell are duking it out for who gets the spot on the extra bull tonight. So we'll see what happens. Awesome. Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. The suspense is killing me. If we had crazy music, we'd be playing it right now. So without further ado, I'd like to call up Mr. Ben Scott Robinson from the Small Robot Company. Awesome. We got to translate that into euro.
It'll be spent tonight.
It'll be spent tonight, I've been told.
Ben's covering the drink tab tonight. That's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's one more time just give a huge round of applause to all the individuals who made today possible. If we give them a big thank you. I was just doing a little bit of napkin math on the side there, and I want to give you some programming by the numbers as we wrap things up here. So this year we had 70 formal applications, over 100 inquiries, a pretty impressive global pipeline of individuals, that led to these 16 high-performance ag tech companies from across Canada and the UK that made up Cohort 1. Furthermore, in the last 3 months of programming, we had exactly 283 one-to-ones. Now we got 2 more days, so we're likely going to surpass that 300 metric. We had 50 mentors, 35 expert facilitators from across North America that were either virtually or in person participating, and that created 1,000 community impressions, truly creating what we've tried to build here in a global ag tech program. So we're extremely proud of that. Very much appreciate all of the mentors and industry experts who are both here with us in person and help make this possible throughout the program. Furthermore, this isn't possible without Canada's top ag tech venture capital fund and the folks over at Emertech who have invested $10 million into these companies thus far, and they're just getting started. So it's great to see that, as well as all the other ag tech venture capital funds and investors that are here this evening. Additionally, we want to give a big thank you to our innovation and academic partners. This isn't possible with the fine folks at Innovation Saskatchewan, Innovate UK, Prairies Can, Discovery Farm, the U of R, SAS Poly, and the U of S. Additionally, we want to give a big thank you to our North American Ag Tech Advisory. We've got folks here all the way down from the Atlanta, Georgia area. You met Kim earlier, to Calgary, to Victoria, to Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Just a real wealth of expertise and insight that helps to make sure that we build the best program possible. Furthermore, we want to give a big shout out to the Cultivator, Emertech, and ECDev Regina teams. The amount of human hours that have gone into the planning, the late nights, the sleepless nights are absolutely huge. So we really appreciate all of that. So let's give a big round of applause to our partners, our mentors, and the team who made that possible. Just 2 more things I want to mention here. We are at Canada's Farm Show. We truly believe that the future of ag tech is built with farmers and founders at the forefront. So if there's any farmers in the crowd who are interested into how to get more involved, they want to give their insight, they want to connect with the founders, they want to participate in programming, we're running a Million Acres program where we're looking to connect with 1 million acres of farmland across Canada. So please reach out to agtech@cultivator.ca to get further involved, and we really appreciate the folks who've already signed up for that program. With that, we want to mention to please stay connected. Cultivator's very active on the social media channels. You can also reach out to us at agtech@cultivator.ca. We've got lots of documentation. If you got some great photos, be sure to tag us and get connected that way. And the biggest thing we want to say is this is just Cohort 1. We've got an absolutely amazing group of companies here, and we're now recruiting for Cohort 2. So if you see some innovations or exciting things happening in your world, please let us know, as we would love to connect. And with that, we'd like to finish things off by calling all of the founders, the Cultivator team, the Emertech team, and the ECDev Regina team that are here today to just to the stage here for one final photo. So let's get all of the founders coming on up here for one final hurrah. Their 3 minutes of glory here. They've been sweating away on these pitches for the last few days. So we'll get everybody up here on the main stage. If we got the Emertech and EDR folks out here as well, please feel free to join us. You guys can kind of do a nice little semicircle around here. We might need a front row to take a knee. We'll see what the photographer says. So ladies and gentlemen, right here on this stage today, June 22nd in Regina, Saskatchewan, we have 16 of the top ag tech companies from across Canada and the UK. Let's give them one more big round of applause. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope to see you at the bull riding tonight. And founders, we're going to ask you to stay up here so we can take a nice action shot with our photographer. So we'll get coordinated here. We might need a couple rows. We need everybody to sneak into the circle. Yeah. Who wants to take a knee in front? We're going to need some folks to take a knee. I think we're missing some investors.
Making a deal. One more. Thumbs up. Oh my God. There we go.
Jay says we're good. All right. Founders, that's officially a wrap. The bar is open and the bull riding is to come.